Divorced Redditors, what is the craziest thing you or your former spouse did after divorce? While we were still married, she gets pregnant with the guy she was cheating on me with, who is also married to someone else. She has this idea that he's going to leave his wife and they're going to get married. She got a lawyer and filed for divorce. I get a lawyer 2. Only thing is that he works for his wife's father, who is setting him up to take over when daddy retires. He realized that getting a divorce means his cushy career is over, confesses everything to his wife and begs for her forgiveness. His wife takes him back, and he cuts off my wife. Seeing that her dreams of living with her boyfriend are over, she claims that I'm the father, which is impossible because by that time, we hadn't had sex for more than a year before conception. This does not stop her from telling everyone who will listen that it's my kid. She has her lawyer drop the divorce proceedings. I tell my lawyer to start them with me as the plaintiff and that I want to dispute paternity. I move out. She starts stalking me, shows up at my job and tries to get in. I work as a civilian in road at a military base. The MPs do not take any of her shit and wind up detaining her when she tries to run past the gate. She calls me at work to bail her out or something. I tell her that whatever she's done, it's not my problem, and hang up. I also was able to get a restraining order, which she violated repeatedly. She asked for everything, both cars, the entire house and contents, savings, my retirement account, etc. Plus 7 years of spousal support. I offered no support and half of the assets. If she wanted to house, she'd have to buy me out and refinance in her name only. When the kid was born, she tried to put my name on the birth certificate anyway, but I'd already successfully disputed paternity, so that didn't go over well. She had to go after Loverboy, who was definitely less than happy to see her in the end. We split the assets 50/50, sold the house, and she got no spousal support. I don't know if she was able to get money for the kid from Loverboy or not. She called me a few times after the divorce, wanting to get together and talk. The calls were in violation of the restraining order, but I never reported it. About 6 months after the divorce was final, I was offered a new job on the other side of the country. I took it and never told anyone outside of my family where I was going. Almost all of our friends believed her when she claimed the baby was mine and made me out to be the asshole, so I didn't really feel the need to tell them anything. Life is better now. Final straw that led to the divorce. Got drunk and drove her car into the middle of the desert. Sent her friend a picture of the GPS and said I didn't love her, so I wouldn't come and look for her. She wouldn't answer my calls, but kept calling her friend saying I didn't care. I looked for 2 hours before going back home because I needed to work in the morning. She came home and started banging things around and came into our room and threw her phone at me saying I didn't love her. Punched me in the face multiple times and went to jail. After I filed for divorce, she lost it. CPS wouldn't let her kids stay at the house because of the DV charge against her, so they stayed at her parents'. She purposely stayed at the house so that I couldn't see my kids. I refused to be alone with her after for fear that she would hurt herself and blame me, so I always went to the house with someone if I needed anything. She got tired of this and decided to just remove everything from the house while I was at work. I mean everything that wasn't in my kids' bedrooms she took out of the house. Curtains, ceiling fans, all of the furniture minus the dining table that I don't think she had room for. I thought, well, this sucks, but at least she's gone. So I changed the locks. She broke in and stole the locks the next day while I was at work, left nothing but the holes in the doors to swing open in the wind, took the window locks, cut the power cord to the garage door opener, took the blender that I borrowed from my mom and popped the air mattress that I borrowed to sleep on. Then she flipped off the main breaker to the house. Swore to the judge that someone else must have done it. She got custody of our 3 kids, got 70% of my take-home pay for child support, requiring me to move into the barracks. I was in the USAF. Then she immediately moved out of state without telling me, despite the divorce decree requiring my consent, all but guaranteeing I would have no contact with my kids. That's not the crazy part. The Crazy part is just a few years later she decided she didn't want to be a mother anymore, so she signed up with a carnival. I think she had the hots for one of the ride operators and left the girls on their own without telling me or the girls beforehand. She called my oldest daughter a few days after leaving to tell her to call me. They hadn't called me before that because they had apparently grown accustomed to their mother disappearing for days at a time. Edit. Some have asked what's happened since. This was decades ago. My children are all grown and married with their own children. They all learned, after coming to live with me, that I wasn't the monster their mother had brainwashed them to believe I was, and they all agreed to be adopted, as adults, by the light of my life, my wife, whom I would never have met if I hadn't been divorced. Only one of my children has any contact with her mother, mainly because my daughter still lives near where she grew up. That's where her husband and his family live, so that's where she'll stay. The best outcome of all of my children had the best example in the world of how not to be a mother, and consequently all 5 of my grandchildren are having the best childhoods possible. Close bracket. Prior to divorce, he established a pattern of asking me to sleep with someone else, usually MFF3, SOMs, usually friends of his mine/ours, getting increasingly demanding moody until I conceded, then reacting with extreme insecurity, jealousy/possessiveness, and need for reassurance afterwards, until it happened again. It destroyed me as well as all of my in-person friendships, and I still don't understand why he needed to go through that psychodrama over and over, or why I didn't leave sooner. To clarify, there is nothing wrong with swinging, polyamory, or ethical non-monogamy, but he really just wanted an on-demand porn service, and couldn't take no for an answer, and could not stand the thought of me having feelings for anyone other than him, yet consistently thought I was waiting to cheat on him or abandon him. Shortly before I filed for divorce, he broke into my apartment twice, once because he wasn't done talking, and then because the apartment complex director told him I couldn't legally kick him out of the apartment, sexually assaulted me while I was sleeping, called the cops and ECF, because I blocked him on Messenger after close to 24 hours of non-stop texting from him, and chose to publicly throw a couple of punches and an energy drink at the still concussed B survivor he'd chosen as my most recent sex partner, as if any of this was that person's fault. Then he assaulted me in the backyard while refusing to leave and told the police I had attacked him. I filed a restraining order and divorce on the same day. 4 months after our divorce was finalized and he was granted full custody of our 3 kids for every school vacation, he decided to move halfway across the country to live with his mother. She's still taking care of him. His kids aren't particularly interested in talking to him and haven't seen him in over a year. I offered to pay for him to stay here over the summer so he could see them, but he said at that point this is a fair reflection of his level of engagement with his kids prior to divorce too. I don't doubt that he loves them, but he rarely chooses to spend time with them because it's stressful. The cops, lawyers, Office of Child Support employees, and the judge have all responded the same way to his endless victim spiel, a tired sigh, a roll of the eyes. He continues to think his situation is everyone else's fault and totally unique. He follows me here and has quoted some of my posts in court. Hi Brian, Eater, thanks for the upvotes. Let me know if you've had a similar experience. He's texted to call me a lying hoe yet again. I've invited him to respond here, or please quit stalking my social media, as I've asked, or accept that we have different ideas of how things went, but we'll see. My ex has done a shit ton of weird stuff, thankfully most of it not aimed at me. While we were separated and working on our divorce, he would come whine to me about relationship issues with my cousin, with whom he'd had an affair, and for whom he'd left me. Mind you, he'd moved in with not just her, but her common-law husband, and then was upset by how many other boyfriends she had. This is my cousin who has more babies than she has babies. 2 of her offspring are simultaneously half-brothers and cousins. She's never been known for her monogamy, in other words, but he claimed to have been in love with her since they were children, and this was magically supposed to make her return his affections. Among the best witnessed from a distance bits of this nonsense were him getting jealous of her visiting her husband and running her off the road in his work van, and generally hanging around screwing her instead of taking jobs, to the extent that there were trainees making more money than he was after he'd been there more than a year, and he was eventually invited to resign or be fired. Then there was the time he was doing armed security, and, angry at how taking our children on a first date to Austin, he expected to be allowed to stay over at this woman's apartment with his children and her children, and she was rightly horrified at the whole thing. Didn't go over well. Had an argument with his girlfriend at the time, not my cousin, but the ex-wife of a different cousin, and drove to her house in his work vehicle to threaten her with a gun. This resulted in a firing, a restraining order, and loss of his right to carry a gun. Then there was the girlfriend who insisted that, if he really loved her, he'd move into the homeless shelter with her. So he fabricated being kicked out of his parents' house and spent the requisite months sleeping outside on the shelter's patio before intake, then spent years longer than the relationship living in the shelter, only finally leaving to move in with a woman he'd met a month earlier, after ostentatiously asking our children's permission. As you can imagine, they felt they had no choice. Basically, it's been 13 years of reeling from one relationship to the next, all overlapping, and the kids pulled into them from the very first second. He's currently trying desperately to find another girlfriend to move in with, as the current one is kicking him out, to move to Virginia with a new boyfriend of her own. This after some time of subjecting the kids to loud arguments over his porn addiction and their dead sex life, and naturally blaming me for the fact that his two oldest children both refused to talk to him at all. Point 2 of my shortcomings as a wife. By the way, were being too classy. He quoted Confederate Railroad to me, and not providing the drama he felt requisite in a relationship. Immediately got married. Maybe within 3 weeks was engaged in a very public way. In 3 months had adopted her child, and came crawling back 3 years later, because she was codependent, and broke and a bad mother/wife. Rejected, and they are still together and I presume miserable and broke. Now. Edit. Since I'm salty and should love thy neighbor, let's unpack why I'm not and I won't. My ex and I met in the army. I was cheated on the entirety of our relationship and their deployment. Unbeknownst to me, I refused to have a baby until my ex got therapy for severe PTSD and refused to buy a house in my name we couldn't afford. I was effectively ghosted. Didn't know ex was home from deployment until they pulled up to my house to pick up their stuff with future wife right there in the new Benz ex bought with deployment money while I struggled financially. Someone must have told ex I could accuse them of infidelity, which is not permitted in the army, and I fielded hateful calls and texts from ex and friends and threats of the new wife beating me up for months. In the twist everyone who's ever been to MEPS could expect, the wife was a dependopotamus and skirted them right into bankruptcy and stole the excess identity to take out credit cards. I was accused. The truth came out. Chaos. Ex was medically discharged, lost the house, is broke and bankrupt, working at manual job supporting a grown woman who doesn't even have $10 to buy her baby juice. Every few years, until I changed my number, I'd get a call or text from ex's area code sniffling, inviting me on vacation, prodding because I'm doing well, and trying to gauge exactly how well, i.e. how much I'm making. I'm doing. I've spent thousands and half a decade in therapy unpacking my hand in this. Rough upbringing, clung to the first person that loved me, moved too fast in traditional PFC fashion. My gut knew long before my heart and brain caught on that I was with a serial monogamist who could play my emotions like a Charlie Daniels plays the fiddle, and would leave for the first shiny thing. I'm far removed from the emotion of hurt/salty/bitter though. The way I see it, God/the universe/karma gave us both what we wanted. I wanted to heal and grow more as a woman before taking on a mortgage and becoming a mom. My ex wanted an opulent house, price be damned, and an exciting Insta family. It would have been nice to end in a way that wasn't a public Facebook post of their engagement, but hey, worse things have happened to better people than I occasionally see the $40K car they purchased in my city and chuckle to myself. I send her I hope X is okay and remains far away thought/prayer up to whoever listens to this, and I make sure to enjoy the beautiful life I've crafted for myself. So yeah, fuck that guy in the comments and the DMs I've gotten. Maybe if you got a little bussy every now and then you wouldn't be so salty. Oh shit. This is my chance to shine. So after we got divorced, she immediately started dating a skinhead, literal and figurative, who was part of a larger white supremacy group. I will give him credit where it's due. He asked for my permission to date her, since we were still married, but separated, which caught me off guard. He got my full blessing, ending with us discussing her red flags, so we shared a laugh over that with a parting "she's your problem now" point. Well, fast forward about 4 years later, and she calls me crying her eyes out. Now, I had changed phone numbers twice since then, so I had no idea how she was able to call me. Never really figured that part out. She tried to explain to me, between breaths from crying, how she screwed up and needed me back, which was a first for me to hear. At that time, I was very happy living with my then girlfriend, who treated me like a damn king, and I had a life that I only thought was a fantasy back when I was married. Her voice brought back a whole lot of memories, and all I could say was, "I'm sorry, I can't." Fast forward 2 more years, and my then girlfriend and I had gone our own ways as amicably as possible. The guy who was with my ex-wife contacts me on Facebook, which I used to keep up with old friends and family, asking me if I had a minute, and walked me through his current hell. He ended up having 2 kids with her. She waited until they were both old enough to walk, then literally kidnapped them and fled to a different state. I only knew the latter part when she reached out to me a while after she fled, but she was smart enough to leave out exactly where she was. She wanted help with what I assume was with money and general security, given that she made terrible choices and had a coordinated gang actively hunting her down. Since I was no longer a complete moron, I politely declined and wished her luck. I have no idea what came of all that, since her Facebook account is gone. It was fun for me knowing just how big of a bullet I dodged, and it's like a drama show where the last season that was aired ended abruptly, dangling me in suspense. It was one of those situations that I really want to know what happened, but I don't want to get even remotely involved. I don't even know who to root for, because I don't know what really went down, or what would happen if he caught up to her. The best situation in this is that the kids are okay, and that they are taken care of, but being stuck between 2 crazes tells me that's more hopeful than realistic. This experience taught me that it's perfectly okay to look at a situation and truthfully say, "You know what, this is neither my fault nor my problem," and walk away. Married lone con artist who had already stolen the funds from 401k from 5 other ex-husbands. "But she loves me and won't do that to me," he said. "She said if I really love her I should prove it by not asking either of us to sign a prenup," he said. She took his 401k 2.5 years later, read it because so many are asking. Here's how it went down. She convinced him to sign on to his state pension as beneficiary when they married. When they divorced, he realized she'd get half his retirement check unless she agreed to have her name removed. State does not automatically remove names due to divorce. Both parties must agree. She offered to take her name off in exchange for the contents of his 401k. All of her other husbands were state employees, so she learned this early. I was still the beneficiary of his 401k. At the time, we didn't know it. He'd simply failed to bring his financials to the divorce settlement and overlooked it, so we had a long discussion when it happened. I told him he didn't deserve to be treated that way, and he said he had no choice but to pay her off. I then signed the papers to remove me as the 401k beneficiary because that was our original divorce agreement, that we would not touch each other's retirement or savings. The total amount she received was about $50,000 if I recall. My ex worked in the private sector for only a short time. His pension had a death benefit payout of over $250,000 and $8,000 per month upon retirement. He is a high-level engineer for the state, so giving her the 401k was the less stupid choice. During the time they were married, she also spent most of his savings on high-end clothing, a new car, and vacations that he would never have wanted. He's into camping, not Vegas. Ex had to delay his retirement by about 5 years to recover financially. Became roommates. We were always better friends than spouses. Our divorce was more a relief than an ending. It works for everyone, and our daughter loves having us both in the same house. Added to answer questions below. As for how it came to be, we got amicably divorced in 2013. We live separately after the divorce with our daughter splitting time between two homes. We remained the type of friends that got together for cookouts and board game nights etc. My ex got remarried and bought a house with her new husband. He turned out to be an abusive asshole, so they got divorced. She couldn't afford to keep the house on her own, so, since I had a lease ending at the time, 2016, I offered to move in and pay rent. The arrangement worked out well, so last year, to get the other fool off the house, we refinanced the house with both of us as owners. I don't expect it to last forever, but at least as long as our daughter benefits. Every decision we made was with our daughter's best interest at heart. We remain supportive friends and awesome co-parents. We have frequent family dinners and movie nights and game nights, but we also have our own lives. Our friend group Venn diagram is mostly a circle. As for dating/other partners, it helps that I'm non-monogamous. I identify as a relational anarchist, so I only date other non-monogamous or polyamorous people. Those people tend to be perfectly unfazed by an ex-partner in the house. I wouldn't give someone the time of day if they had a big problem with it. So as far as my situation being unique, it's not as unique as you would think. As for future partners, being ram, I have no intention of getting married again or cohabitating another partner. I just don't do traditional relationships anymore. I know never say never, but probably never. I'm not going to preach about toxic monogamy, but it's a thing. I find it faked up that the default assumption is people are expected to hate their exes. That comes from people dragging out relationships that should have ended, to the point that everyone resents each other. I'll be the first to admit my living situation is weird, but it's healthy. When I tell people, I get the occasional, I could never do that, but more often I get, that's weird but cool. Not me, but my wife's first husband is on wife #5. He and my wife were married for 24 years. Together for 28. He was married to his second wife for under a year. His third wife died under circumstances so mysterious that the sheriff still carries her death as an open/unsolved homicide, but they could never prove he did it. The fourth wife divorced him. She was the sister of his third wife, by the way, because by that time the degenerate alcoholism that caused my wife to divorce him had him basically getting drunk every single day and taking out his impotent rage on her physically. At one point, he pulled a hatchet on a neighbor over some stupid imagined slight, and the neighbor not only took the hatchet away from him, but punched out a few teeth as well. He is now shopping online, Russia, where wives #3 and #4 came from, for wife. #5. His living conditions would make people from the poorest areas of Alabama and Louisiana look down on him. He likes to call his sister at all hours of the day and night and scream at her how she ruined his life, with absolutely no reason. His 2 children, my step kids, have basically cut him out of their lives. I have 3 granddaughters, and he has spent a total of about 10 hours in their presence. The oldest is 12, then 10, then just 9. So, to answer up, murdered his third wife, and got away with it. Sigh. Where to begin? X was 10 years my senior, and addicted to shopping, racking up installment debt, and is also bipolar. Bipolar 2. Actually, we hit a real rocky spot. Ultimately called the police on me in my own home, to try and get them to force me to leave. House/mortgage in my name only, etc. I ultimately grabbed stuff, and stayed with my folks for the duration of the divorce proceedings. Got my lawyer, etc. She ran to her mom, in her 60s, and played the innocent victim. Had started a new job literally a week prior, and had the sheriff serve me with a protection order saying I verbally, mentally, and physically abused her. I never laid a finger on her, and didn't even yell. I was a kid with a high-functioning alcoholic bully for a dad, so I was a go-along get-along for most of my life. She got a lawyer, actually the most prominent divorce lawyer in the city. As I said, she cried to her mom to help her. We had a court date and my attorney had originally worked with hers, but they stopped responding. At court we both discovered that she showed up unrepresented. More on that in a bit. So my attorney mentioned to the judge she could handle the agreement, and the judge allowed if both parties were in agreement. My attorney had the 2 of us sit in a room and talk for a bit. She asked if we could patch things up. Keep in mind, this is now 6 months later with no communications, etc. I definitely didn't want that. I had gotten to the point that where she was so toxic that I no longer had cycles to try and keep her sane, and I was losing my own hold on sanity. I had to make a decision to save myself. So we settled everything with cash to get her TF out to my life. I get back to my house as she's moved out and all my shit is just strewn everywhere, dumped out, etc. Cloths, books, magazines, papers, etc. While I was away for 6 months she got a boy toy. Not really a boy, more like an overweight has-been of a football player that smoked pot in the house each day and brought a cat in the use the couch arms as a scratching post. Mutual friends explained that while I was away she was convinced I was trying to sneak into the basement and blow up the house using the gas lines, etc. Ultimately her own son came to me a few years later and expressed that he appreciated everything I had done for him, and even his mom, and said he felt I was more of a father to him than even his own biological father had been for the 10 years his mother and I were married. I have zero idea where she is today, but I still do hope she got the help she needed to no longer self-medicate and is now leading a stable life. So for her attorney was the most prominent divorce attorney in town, had radio ads etc, was a partner along with his wife and others. Turns out my ex was able to retain him because her mother was sucking his Johnson on the side and blackmailed him to take my ex on. His wife and the other partners found out, literally bought him out of the firm, and his wife filed for divorce as well. TLDR, my cheating ex-husband's bid on the side got me deported 3 months before I achieved full residency and got my citizenship. I had a 3-year relationship whilst living/working in a different country. Eventually, as my visa was running out, my partner and I got married in order to stay together in his country and keep our relationship going. We had a home together, in love, I thought, planning children. I had a fantastic job, life seemed pretty cozy. I achieved short-term residency and was 6 months away from getting my permanent citizenship. That's when I discovered that my then husband had been cheating with someone else for close to half a year. We'll call her Eb for Extreme Beach. Separated from my husband immediately, and he moved his cheating straight in with Eb. Good riddance. However, ex and I agreed to keep the charade of our marriage going until I could get my citizenship in the bag. Then we planned to file for divorce. The Eb got knocked up, and she just hated the fact my ex was still married to me. So with only 3 months to go until I got my citizenship, Eb reported me and my ex-husband's situation to the authorities. Because of this we were investigated, and I had my citizenship application and residency revoked. Lost my work visa, lost my dream job, and I got deported from my country of choice. Banned from that country for 5 years for fraudulent visa applications. She literally beach slapped me out of the damn country. Edit to at, the Eb reported 4 separate times in order to get immigration to come investigate. She could Karen with the best of them. I could write a book about the antics of my 2 ex-husbands. I swear it would be interesting, because I literally have to pace out these types of stories from people in my life if they think I'm a compulsive liar. Anyways, here's the one I think is the most interesting, and I can sum up easily. While separated, my ex had a key made of my Jeep. Don't know how, maybe he had done it long before in preparation for a divorce someday, and he put flowers in it one night with a card that said, "I've been watching you. Love, Scott." His name was not Scott. I worked at Ups Hub at the time and had interactions with many people. Some, yes, were named Scott. I found this in my car one night after an afternoon shift in the dimly lit parking lot. I freaked out, obviously called him, as I'm sure he had wanted, and he came over that night to make sure I would be alright. Yeah, no, from Scott. Haha. Anyways, only after speaking to my brother about it the next day. He also worked at Ups. He 100% somehow felt like it was my ex and told me to call his bluff and tell him that I was having Ups pull the parking lot tapes. There really weren't any, but I did ask them. Had to drum up this whole ordeal at work. Felt like an idiot and have them prosecute the person with harassment if their employee, or with trespassing if not their employee. He confessed to me and said it was just a frail attempt of getting me back. If I was at all on the fence about ending this relationship, I can tell ya that this solidified it for me. Speaking on behalf of my mother, if dad's flying monkeys ever found out my mom was having a date night or went to visit her longtime friends, they'd report back to dad and dad would punish mom by cancelling visitation at the last minute. This happened for several years after divorce, and keep in mind my dad remarried right after the ink dried. My mother was supposed to be devoted to her children, and if she couldn't stay loyal to dad, she shouldn't be out gallivanting with other people either. Also, he claimed mom didn't raise us, right, but he only saw us twice a month. Supposed to be more, but see previous paragraph, and didn't do anything when we were with him. And then he tried to punish mom for raising us wrong by dragging her to court to lower child support multiple times. Always claimed that the children are her responsibility, that mom never worked, she worked 2 jobs to support us, and she's using the money wrong. Judge gave him one hell of a lecture each time, and had to penalize dad, because he wouldn't send support money half the time anyway. Point: mom wasn't the one who told me, her relatives did. After daddy dearest tried pulling an illegal stunt using me, mom begged them to keep quiet, so her children could have a chance at having a relationship with their father. And they reluctantly did, though they swore they'd go after dad if he made one wrong move towards mom's kids. So about 6 months after the divorce, I had moved into a small apartment and had a date over at my place. I hadn't heard from her in a few months and those were always very cordial. Anyways, my date and I are watching a movie and cuddling on the couch when there's a knock at the door. I figured it was one of my friends and just opened it without checking first. It was my ex-wife. She pushed the door open and came in. No idea how she found out where I lived as I had never told her. Suspect it was a mutual friend. Anyway, she comes in, raising hell that I have a date over. I told her it was none of her business, but she threatened the girl I was with. The date ends up leaving after a few minutes of dealing with the beach. She then proceeds to pull a knife from my kitchen drawer and threaten to kill herself. I was a decent person. I calmed her down and got the knife away. We talk in a calm manner for a while, where she says she misses me, blah, blah. She treated me like utter shit when we're together. She then goes to use my bathroom, which was in my bedroom. She didn't come back for a while, so I go to check, fearing she did something stupid. Well, she did, but not anything harmful. She is lying in my bed, full on naked, masturbating. When I walk in, I'm like, what the fuck? She proceeds to say, don't you want this? Don't you miss this? When I said no, she tried to throw herself at me after this and force herself on me. I resist and push her away. This battle goes on for what seems like forever, with her continuously trying to take my pants off and kiss me. Finally she gets the hint and leaves. Craziest faking day ever. Mine stalked me and untilantly attempted suicide. Wow, I haven't told this story in a long time. I met my first husband at work and we dated at 2 years before getting married. After 5 years together, he cheated. I left. During our time together, he would never argue. If we had a disagreement, he would shut completely down and ignore me, sometimes for days. Well, over time we grew apart because we never discussed anything difficult. But I was really close with his family, and I'd learned he tried to commit suicide at 18-year-old when he and a longtime girlfriend broke up. Well, this was like 10 years later, and I never saw any signs of him having emotional issues. In fact, he seemed always strictly in control of his temper. I was a kid when I got married, 22, but yeah, a kid, and I came from a terribly toxic household, lots of violence, screaming and abuse. So, to have a relationship where my husband was silent instead of violent seemed like a good thing. Well, a few years down the road we split. It was completely mutual. Like I said, he cheated, but we'd already grown apart, and his cheating actually gave me the energy to leave. I had a glow up period, happier, lost some lbs, new haircut, bouncy personality came back, and he didn't do so well. He wanted me back. I was done and had moved on, but he was my partner for so long that it broke my heart to break his heart, so I tried to stay friends. I was already dating someone who ended up being my second husband, and I was completely honest with my ex. I didn't want to lead him on. I was trying for friendly but definitely friends, and I was explicit about that. I wouldn't do anything sexual or romantic with him. I learned a lesson I never ever again forgot. Unbeknownst to me, my ex began stalking me. I noticed he seemed edgy and had lost a lot of weight, but like I said, I was into my own thing and it didn't occur to me anything was seriously wrong. Turns out, I found out later, he was stalking me, sitting under my window when I was having sex with my boyfriend, and texted his friend about it. He poured kitty litter in my gas tank and my car stalled while I was driving it. He spray painted the new guy's car 3x. He was tech savvy, so he broke into my ML accounts and changed the passwords, sent my family emails. At the time, early 2000s, texting on a phone could be simulated on a computer, so he would send text messages to my new guy that said I wanted to break up with him. Then he'd send me texts, supposedly from my boyfriend, that he wanted to break up with me. It seems implausible, but it's true. I didn't realize it was him that was terrorizing us when it was happening. I couldn't figure out who it was. My brain had a complete block. There's no way this calm stoic man was the one doing all these horrible things. In fact, I would tell him about these things when we'd have the occasional lunch together, and he acted like, wow, that new guy sounds like bad news. A few months down the road, I finally asked for a divorce. He threw me right out of his apartment. I was driving like 60 seconds later when I got a call from him. I picked up and he yelled at me, call 911, call 911, and hung up. I was actually annoyed. I thought maybe he'd taken a bunch of Tylenol like he did when he was 18, which was going to make him sick, but not kill him. I turned right around and was walking into his apartment not 5 minutes later with 911 on the phone. I don't know what I expected, but it was not what my eyes were seeing. He was lying flat on his back on the kitchen floor in a pool of blood, clutching a kitchen towel to his abdomen. I thought he'd slit his wrists, so suddenly everything changed. My immediate concern and terror were in my voice as I shrieked to the 911 operator, oh my god, there's blood. I think he slit his wrists. And she calmly asked me to check him. I was on my knees next to him. He was lucid, tears streaming down his face. I turned over his hands, which were resting on that bloody white towel, and I couldn't see any cuts. I said, where did you cut yourself? And that is when he removed the towel from his stomach, and I saw the stab wounds. He'd stabbed himself over and over in the abdomen with a kitchen knife. I mean, I've never seen stab wounds in my life. It looked exactly like when you slice into a thick raw cut of meat. Like, it looked like meat. I thought he was going to die. I was panicked and crying and trying to get calm so I could stay on the phone with 911, and he took my hand and looked me right in the eye and said, now, will you stay with me? Woo, my heart. I knew we were over, but I mean, what could I say in that moment? I just tried to stay with him and tell him everything would be okay and that help was coming. Wow, I haven't shared this story in so long. Anyway, help came. The first responder police officer took me aside and said, I know those wounds look bad, but they weren't deep. It was a cry for help. Whatever you were planning to do, go about your life. I found everything out later at the hospital that night from the friend who he'd been texting when he was in his downward spiral all those months. First of all, he couldn't sleep or eat. He was clinically depressed. He was behind all the terrible things that had been happening to me and my friend. She, yes, his friend was a woman, said she knew all this because he'd been texting her the entire time. He even sent her texts when he was listening to me have sex with a new partner. He had been on my property more times than I care to remember. And so many other things all clicked into place. He survived, of course. Years later I learned he got married again and has 2 kids. He was a brilliant DJ and graphic artist, and he actually sold a prototype of mixing equipment he developed and bought 2 houses. He made my life a living hell after he was released from the hospital. Yes, I had restraining order. No, it didn't stop him from slashing our tires in the parking lot of divorce court. And no, the law never ever helped me, even then. I called every time there was an incident to make sure it was on record, and soon I realized the law didn't really care about me. So, once the divorce was final, I moved in for a long time, had just a PO box, and no public address or phone. I learned a very important lesson when I broke up with someone in the future. It was a clean break. I completely removed myself physically and didn't entertain friendship, didn't give details, and more than once, I know that's saved me. not divorced, but I was the child of 3 divorces and I have stories. My mom claims that my dad broke into the house and disarranged everything / went through stuff. She soon after changed the locks when going to court. You can't serve your opponent directly, you have to have someone else hand them the paperwork. Dad's friend ran out of the car at night, tossed the papers at my mom in the car, laughed hysterically and then drove off. Odd fellow. After dad's second divorce, the wife said that she basically wanted him dead and went on a FB rampage of angry self-justification posts, many of which I saw myself when I was 13. Now on to my mom's second divorce. The husband was okay and trying in the beginning, but then became vindictive. He hired a pie who followed our car everywhere, school, work, grocery store / Starbucks, etc. 5. Stepdad harassed my mom and would approach the vehicle, with and without my brother present, aggressively and yell with intimidation. He also still verbally harasses her via text. Stepdad took my mom to court over my brother, his and my mom's son, and proceeded to lie about her to our friends, church, and strangers. We had to move churches. Stepdad told my brother, who was 3 at the time, that his mom was never coming home again after she took me to a concert just for the weekend. And there are many more, not even including the reasons for the divorce. I don't say this to accumulate pity or worry people. My life is actually very wonderful, and I had amazing mentors and a beautiful family beyond this craziness I share, so anyone reading this may know that you're not alone. If you were with an awful person and they're still being awful, I'm so sorry. You are not alone. Things can and often will get better. Seek support from family, therapy, and friends. My brother still deals with this chaos, but I do the best that I can and move forward with that. 3. Do the best you can for your kids and seek faith / closure / acceptance for the things you can't control. They will see your investment in them. It may not be today, but they will see it. After and because of all this, I'm pursuing my doctorate in psychology and will be conducting child / family therapy for kids and parents struggling like we did. Sending much love and hugs to you who are still going through it. She had a Reddit moderator move in with her the week the divorce finalized. Apparently she, also a Redditor mod, been seeing this guy online for a few months and was planning on leaving me for him. In the meantime, we had my sister move in with us, bought a house, packed and moved. 2 weeks later she told me she wanted to break up because she wasn't in love with me, but maybe we could start dating again sometime. I was truly shocked. Things had been a little rocky, but we were still sleeping together. She said she wanted it amicable. I wanted to remind her things weren't so bad, hoping she would come around. For a couple weeks I would go to the house. I watched the pets and made dinner while living out of a trailer. We even exchanged Christmas gifts. A week later she takes my key, blocks me from seeing my dogs, and completely refused to talk. Just found out a couple weeks ago it was because she got drunk and spilled the truth to a mutual friend. She panicked that he had told me, so she went full no contact. Deleted her Facebook and Instagram, and stopped talking to anyone in the city. He had kept her secret. We are no longer friends. Divorce paperwork arrive about a month later. Got it done as fast as you can with no communication. She kept my possessions till after the paperwork was finalized. She had her parents help with the handoff. She wasn't there, but her car was full of another man's clothes. Pointed it out to her parents. When they asked, she lied to them and is still lying about it. She kept my dog. Gave my cat away, which I was able to recover. All this to be with a Reddit moderator who does not work, collects disability, and had just gotten out of rehab for pill addiction. I wish them all the misery that I know. 2 Reddit mods, living together, are capable of. Hello, I've been divorced twice. The first wife was the crazy one. Here's some of the things she did to me. This is not just after divorce, but also what lead up to divorce, before and after. It began with minor things like punching and kicking me. Whenever she felt jealous, her violence escalated to slashing at me with the kitchen knives over the years. I eventually had to hide the knives, so she wouldn't do that, but she found a pencil and tried to stab me in the dick one day. She missed the dick and stabbed me in the stomach instead. She would pretend to suicide with pills to get my attention. When I told her that I wanted a divorce and served her with the divorce papers, she would stay next to my bed during the night when I was trying to sleep, and whenever she saw me close my eyes, she would kick and stomp me to make sure I stayed awake the whole night. Then when I finally lost my mind, she would say, "Come on, hit me, punch me. That's what you want to do, right?" This would continue over many days until I had to move back with my parents. I gave her 2 months to get out of the apartment that was mine. This eventually ended in me having to legally force her out after the divorce was in effect. When I thought it was finally over, she broke into my apartment when I was at work and stole some of my most beloved belongings. To mess with me. She inflicted injuries on herself and went to the police and told them that I did it to her. She sent 2 guys to my apartment to beat me up one day. She manipulated the family of my best friend into believing that I was a horrible and abusive husband that was in need of help. Not me, but my parents. My mom and dad got a divorce after a really long time of trying. My dad has substance abuse issues and has only gotten worse over the years. My mom finally had enough and told him to pick the substances of us, and he didn't choose his family. After my mom filed for divorce, my dad stole $6,000 from my mom that she was saving up to go to the dentist. She used to be on drugs as well, so her teeth were in poor condition. My dad also used me to get back at my mom by making my life a living hell and starting fights that really didn't need to happen. This culminated in me getting home from the library I volunteered at 9ish p.m. My mom called me, and that's what I said. My dad came barreling out of his room, got all up in my face, and was screaming so hard he was spitting in my face. When my mom got home, she reminded him I was volunteering 10 minutes away. I didn't have a curfew because I was 18. It wasn't a school night and I'm a good kid. He said he didn't care and that I had to accept any punishment he gave me regardless of their preset agreed upon rules. He continued to do this until I was forced to move out because every day was a screaming match all day. He would wake up and start harassing me. He got home from work and he'd start doing it again and even threatened to hit me a few times. Eventually he tried to raise his hand to me, and I told him if he ever laid a single finger on me, my mom, or my siblings, I'd suffocate in his sleep, and the coroner would chalk it up to death due to underlying medical condition because he has sleep apnea. He never tried to hit me after that. She got hooked on morphine and alcohol. She got a new boyfriend that stalked my kids and I for over a year. During a custody battle, they tried to get my daughter thrown into a mental facility by calling the cops on us constantly. I still don't know how they thought that'd work. He then started emailing me over 100 times per day with all sorts of threats and very personal details of my kids and I lives that he got from my ex. He would constantly call my kids and I on our cell phones. My ex gave him the number, tried to call my work to get me fired, which was never going to work, but it was super embarrassing. They friended my friends and family, or called them to make false claims of child abuse. They called my kids' schools to the point where I had to have several meetings with the principal and administrators. Constantly tried to get into our accounts, which would lock us out. She slashed my tires, broke windows in my house. Can't prove those claims, but she hinted that she did it, etc. He did all of this from another state while coordinating with my ex-wife in this state. I had to get 4 restraining orders against him because they kept expiring and he wouldn't show up to court before I finally got a final one. During that hearing, the magistrate finally ordered a bench warrant for stalking against him, but they won't file for extradition. I then sued her for custody after I already had removed the kids from her house. $25,000 later from my side and several thousand from her side, I won full legal and physical custody. She has limited visitation. The stalker guy then broke up with her, but not before I had to get an alarm and cameras set up around my house. She got a new sheet boyfriend, literally, the next week. All they do is drink and constantly do opiates. She moved him into her house immediately and never saw the kids again, which is definitely for the best. She was a freaking nightmare. It's been a year since then. My daughter just graduated and she showed up to that. She was sipping airplane bottles of alcohol the whole time and was wasted by the commencement speech. I have no idea why we had a huge custody battle if she was just going to dip. Whatever. We are happy and the kids are thriving. My daughter had a 4.0 average this year and my son had a 4.5. I'm super proud of them both. My daughter is now off to college. Husband's story with his first wife. He bought a house 5 years before they ever met. When they married she started cheating on him shortly after. He didn't know. Dude she was cheating on him with was his best friend. Her and boyfriend came up with an idea to get husband to put her name on the title and refinance the house. This was back during the last housing boom. She ended up spending the money on her and boyfriend. Point during this time is when he found out they were together. He kicked her out and started divorce proceedings. She had legal connections, so basically took him to the cleaners. In the decree, stated he had to refinance and get her name off the house. By that time, the housing market crashed bad, and he was not able to refinance, even after trying several times. A few years go by and her and same boyfriend get married and want to buy a house, so she wants her name off the old house. She takes ex-hubby to court for in contempt of divorce decree, since he wasn't able to get her name off the house. Went to court to plead his case with proof of trying to refinance multiple times. Her connected parents knew judge that ruled he was in contempt, had to pay all associated fees, pay her off the house, and all lawyer fees, and spend 5 days in jail. Funny thing is, after he was released, he was in a perfect position to file for Chapter 13 bankruptcy and include said house, refinance loan, and all lawyer fees in bankruptcy. Who do you think the banks/lawyers went after for the money then? Stupid faking beach. Not mine but my dad's. My dad divorced a woman in 1975 under normal circumstances, didn't love each other anymore, she became an alcoholic etc. But they did conceive one child together. The woman was always vindictive and a little crazy. She put my dad through the hoops of never letting him see the child after the divorce. Turns out the whole time she was having an affair with the neighbor and they eloped to Hawaii without telling my dad a word. My father was devastated. He did not find out they were in Hawaii until 2 years later, when my dad's sister ran into the ex-wife's mother at the store and told her that's where they were. My dad was only 31 and didn't have the wisdom nor resources to track them down back in 1975 to 80 era. His words. With no internet or phones then, or email, he feared he would never find them. Time moves on and the ideas of what could have been fade. My dad has had children in almost every decade with different wives. My dad lived his life out and now being 73 thought about the child a lot. My dad has 6 children including me with 4 women all of whom he was married to at some point. All of my siblings and half siblings knows the story of this child and how it was one of my father's biggest regrets. Well no sheet 2 faking days ago I was able to track him down by using a website called Truth Finder. By knowing the names of the parents and the child's name I was able to isolate a potential relative. Turned about to be his sister, ex-wife and neighbor's daughter together. I searched high and low for 4 hours through old addresses, phone numbers, etc. 99% of the phone numbers I called were either disconnected or belonged to someone else. When I realized that the owner of the phone number matched the information on the website Truth Finder I knew I had a potential finish line in sight. I left a very vague voicemail for that person. Because out of fear of revealing my hand I did not want to scare off this individual by making claims that she didn't potentially know about because some people hide things like this from their children. Thankfully she called me back and I was able to explain who I was and why I was calling, and amazingly she was just so happy for her brother because this child has been waiting for this phone call for 30 years. He found out that he was adopted by at the age of 15. The mother did try to hide it from him, but he stumbled upon adoption papers with his sister while they were in the process of moving at the time. He confronted his mother about it and tried to deny it, and it caused a lot of bitterness within him over the years, not knowing the full story and being told lie after lie for the longest time. She told me she had to go behind her back one night and steal all the information the mother still had about my dad, like photos she planned to throw away. She was able to show this to her brother and was able to fill in some of the questions left unanswered, but a void was still there in his heart. Thankfully though, or maybe not so thankfully depending on where you stand in the story, the mother is dead now. She had passed away from cancer in 2017. The neighbor however was still alive and the child and him were close. Being able to do that for my father meant the world to me because my father wasn't able to be relentless like he wanted to, but he still was able to reach out now. Yes, they are now in contact and are actually planning to speak together, ironically this Father's Day coming up this weekend. The sister has been nothing short of amazing, being able to help facilitate and help my dad navigate communication to his long lost son. He very successful, bilingual in Japanese, avid cyclist and all around good person. Despite his confusing past, he still managed to make friends and form fruitful relationships that help lead his life in a positive manner. He is alike to my dad and family in so many ways. He looks identical to my dad's father at that age, it's uncanny. Anyway, if you made it this far, thank you for reading my happy tale. If you or someone you know has a child they never met, definitely reach out and look for them. They might still be holding out hope. I caught my ex in 4 affairs and I documented everything. I'm talking about over 140 pages of phone records, photos, etc. When we went to court, she tried really hard to lie to the judge, to claim I was abusive, should pay alimony, had lied about catching her in affair after affair, etc. I just stood there as my lawyer entered into the court records the 140 pages of evidence that I had gathered. The judge literally laughed her out of the courtroom. She then dragged the divorce out another year and a half, refusing to sign anything, continuing to make up lie after lie. She tried to file for a protective order. She tried to contact my work and claim I was abusing clients. I'm a social worker. She opened 3 credit cards in my name and ran up over $3K in debt. The worst part was what she did to my social circles. She published pictures of my private parts online, turned the church I grew up in against me, and isolated me from everyone except my family. I ended up attempting suicide. Because of all the stress, she finally stopped showing up to court, and the judge signed our divorce and refused to allow any more motions or amended documents from her or her lawyer. She was ordered to pay the debts she raked up, but she never did, and my lawyer said it would cost more to drag her back to court than it would to just declare bankruptcy and get it over with. I still have my job and I even been promoted twice. She is still living in her parents' basement and can't hold down a job for nothing. My brother and her brother still work at the same place, so that's how I know. My ex went back to California after we separated. I'm from Canada, that's where we lived, and eventually came back to hook up with a guy she thought would make me mad. I'm still not sure why. I was the one who kicked her out for cheating on me with random guys she was meeting online. I didn't care, and when it didn't, they split and she wouldn't go home. But she isn't a citizen, so she became a stripper. I just felt bad for her. I moved on and found someone new after 6 months and a little bit of dating. Now me and my second wife will have been married 13 years this July. I knew everything that was going on while she was here after we split, because the only friends we had were mutual friends of mine, most of whom I'd known longer. They wanted to take me to the club where she stripped, but that's not me. I wouldn't put her through that. She ended up going home after one of the mutual friends with whom she'd been living had had enough of her cheat and sent her dad a letter telling her everything she'd done. Turned out she'd never even told her dad she'd been married. Definitely hadn't told him the circumstances of her return to Canada, and most certainly hadn't told her she had been working as a stripper. If he hadn't ordered her home, she probably would have been deported. Today my forever wife and I spent the day smoking weed and playing video games together. I like this speed better than crazy. My parents, my mother ran away for her life, went about setting up her space and going through the courts to get us, and he told us she died. I was 5, brothers 4 and 1.5. When we saw her at the store and she tried to talk to us, he took us out and then said she was a ghost. We didn't really see her. Stop crying about a ghost. When she finally got us nearly back, we had to choose in open court who we wanted to live with while he hollered and made a scene. When she got us back, he saw us at the store this time, and as she was putting the food in the car, he pulled up, stole my brothers, locked my door in time against my own father, and he sped off with them. The police got them back a week later. He chased us through town in a car chase with the police behind us all. We pulled into our apartment. She slammed to a stop, jumped out, pulled a 357 from the console, and held it in both hands over the roof of the car at him, and calmly said he'd die if he took another step. While I cried at her not to kill daddy. I was 6 by then. The police took him away. Another car chase ended up with us making it to the complex manager's apartment and hiding under the example furniture in the bedroom while he hunted for us. Police took him away. And that was during divorce. What led to divorce was just as crazy on any given Wednesday. Showed up in the middle of the day. I was working nights and walked into my house since she still had a key then. I woke up to her screaming from downstairs that I needed to take the kids, 1 and 3. I went downstairs, she put the kids on the floor, and walked out the door. A few minutes later, I got a text from her saying, "Tell the kids I love them. And if it comes to it, yeah, I stole your gun." I went to check, and my gun was indeed missing. I called the police. 2 officers came by and took my statement. One I knew from a previous incident. One officer left to go look for her, the other went to his car to start typing up the report, and while he was doing that she pulled up in her boyfriend's car. The car had side damage, 3 flat tires and rim damage. As soon as she walked out of the car, she was detained and questioned. She was clearly extremely intoxicated and incoherent. She was arrested and booked and given a breathalyzer test where she blew a .256. The officers found my gun with 2 missing bullets. One of the lead projectiles was found in the car, clearly fired, and the other couldn't be accounted for. She was taken to a mental hospital for 10 days, never knew what she was shooting at or why. She ended up being convicted of the most minor DUI charge possible, and it did not impact her ability to see or care for the kids in court. After more similar instances, I have since gotten full legal and physical custody at least. I have my court papers framed to remind me how manipulative people can convince anyone they are the wrong party. My ex-husband somehow convinced his lawyer that I had taken over $250,000 of land and money when I left him, and the papers demanded I pay that immediately. We never owned property together, had no kids, nor shared bank account or credit cards. I took 1 suitcase of clothes and walked out of the 1-room cabin we rented while he made $120,000 a year and I made $26,000 a year and all bills paid by me electronically. The response from the judge to his lawyer started, "I like to believe that our species will always have their feet planted firmly on the ground, but in what warped reality did you get caught up in? There is no basis nor proof of these claims by your client, and to bring them here shows your own blatant disregard for reality. I have some pocket lint here and will offer it up to you. As I can see by the look on your face, you're concerned about collecting your client's fees now. For the next few years he hounded me for money while I deleted any social media, moved a few times. Then he met a great woman who I had to contact cause he kept asking for money with fake invoices. I sent her the proof, and she had no idea he was doing any of this to me. She put a stop to this quickly. She is a blessing, and I thank her for peace and quiet. Finally, I expect to hear from her again when she needs my help during her divorce from this man. I will be there. He initially had the courts believing he was an upstanding citizen who wanted full custody of his medically fragile child. We were in court weekly for 4 years. The first 3, he had the court believing I had Munchausen and by proxy, as there was no diagnosis for our child. Even though he had an arrest record for DV and a felony, all for injuring me repeatedly, they bought his act. Just like I had. The 4th year, it came crashing down. He couldn't maintain the act. He was caught injuring our child. He was caught trying to kill his then girlfriend. She was caught trying to run him and his son over. He was arrested for DV against her. She was arrested for attempted murder. Our child was diagnosed terminal. I was vindicated. Then he continued to stalk me, continued to break into my home after changing the locks many times, all while there was a restraining order. I would wake up with him standing over me. He continued to try to kill our medically fragile child repeatedly. Cops could not catch him to arrest him. Cops finally told me to buy a gun, learn how to use it. I did. Courts granted a 10-year restraining order, even though I was unable to serve it. He moved across the state and has racked up innumerable offenses for abusing other women. Somehow he regained gun rights, then lost them, then regained them. I keep tabs on his location through his arrest record. Thankfully, his parental rights were terminated. If you see red flags, kids, listen to your gut and get out. Edit. He and his then girlfriend tried to get me fired. I worked for Gut. She had been involuntarily detained for psychiatric reasons. I had to go through an internal investigation as she believed I had told my attorney confidential information. I had not. A request of 911 records revealed her arrest and subsequent detention. Crazy sheet. There is so much more. Never before married, but my mom is a great example. Got the court to agree to live in my dad's house. He didn't have it while they were married. It was under the estate, and if he kicked her out he had to pay her bills/rent. Talks sheet and calls his potential girlfriend a hoe all the time, and gets overly jealous and asks if we have ever met her every time we go up to the family cabin. Talks sheet about dad and gets mad when dad tells us she is doing. Takes my dad to court over money my dad owes her from divorce court, and he had to pay X amount in 30 days or he will be put in jail. It was some outrageous amount, and he had proof that he had been trying to pay it off as well as showing Prof's physically abusive to him. Judge brushes it off. Oh, she also had to him pay her lawyer as well. He also never went to jail, and it was just a threat. 5. Recently, she stole money from him to pay her bills and was snooping through my wallet, which is how she found my COVID vac card. She isn't COVID vac, but she didn't get nasty about it, and I didn't realize how creepy it is until my dad was like, what the fuck? She screams at just about the slightest thing. The most recent argument is about the loan she co-signed for me because I didn't pay it yet, a day early, before I actually had to. Yes, I paid it right after her scream fest. Oh, she got mad because he heard him telling my brother about her stealing money. She literally sends my dad hate ML7. She's mad she can't go up to the family cabin, my dad's side, even though they're divorced and none of my dad's side likes her. 8. She won't pay for anything. She won't even buy groceries unless my brother annoys her about it. My dad literally lives paycheck to paycheck because she won't do shit, including cleaning the house. My dad has to have me pay rent because of this shit, which I'm semi-mad about, but I don't blame him. 9. She's being an absolute sheet towards my dad, but being nice afterward me, so I move in with her when her house is built. My brother is forced to. 10. My dad has to pay child support despite the fact they are all still living together, and my mom doesn't do shit for my brother anymore besides buy food. My dad had to pay child support for me still. I'm not sure if he's paying it now. I'm 19F. Honestly I could go on, and she's even done worse shit before they were divorced, i.e. going on dating sites for friends, smashing objects, abusive towards my dad, physically and verbal, and towards me and my brother, verbal. It's sad that I can only remember her being a total bitch, because it overrides the small amount of good memories I have of her. Once I don't need her for FAFSA anymore. When I graduate I'm blocking her on everything and going no contact. I remember mentioning to her once that I don't want a wedding. I plan on marrying my boyfriend of 4 years in the next 5 to 6 years, and she was pissed. Joke's on you. You don't get to see any of that shit, including my children. My revenge for her abuse will be living happy without her, and I can't wait. Some people might call it crazy, but my ex-wife and I had a very tumultuous relationship. Both carried a lot of baggage. I eventually applied for divorce, and between the application and the hearing we reached a property settlement. Sadly the ex had convinced herself I was out to get her and rip her off, though that would be wildly out of character for me. I mean, I'm far from perfect, but greed and purposely hurting someone are thankfully not among my vices. But malicious hurt was definitely in my ex's character, and you how it is with people who assume others think the same way they do. She'd gone out of her way to insult and degrade me in lots of MSGs. Since I told her I was applying for divorce. Anyway, the ex needed to buy a new house because I got the marital home in the settlement, but she couldn't make the deposit. She tried every avenue, but eventually relented, and out of desperation, sent me a MSG to the effect of, I know you won't do this but I need huge amount of money by the end of the week and I'll be getting it when the settlement happens anyway, so how about now? So I just replied yes with a few conciliatory comments and transferred it to her immediately. Point did feel crazy to just offload all that money at a moment's notice to someone who'd been seething with hate plus terribly vile and abusive towards me, but I felt massive peace about it, and to this day I'm glad I did it. In fact, I'm proud that I didn't let resentment get the better of me, notwithstanding very good reasons. One of the noblest moments of my life. Okay man, get ready for a novel. Started an affair with a married woman that he met on his bachelor party a week prior to our wedding. Got her pregnant about 6 months after me. Started emotionally neglecting and gaslighting me as soon as I got pregnant. Planned pregnancy. I was scared and didn't understand what was going on. When confronted about his horrible behavior, he told me it was my fault and gave me a list of things to fix about myself to save our relationship. Desperate and terrified, I did the things on the list. No shocker to say that nothing changed. He asked for a divorce when I was 8 months pregnant, then came back later that night and said he wanted to work it out. I told him I did too, but that I needed a 30-day separation, naively hoping he would snap out of whatever mindfuck he was in. He wouldn't leave the house, so I did. Couch surfed at 8 and 9 months pregnant, and he was fine with that because it was my choice. He witnessed me giving birth to our daughter and almost dying from blood loss, 2.9 liters. He showed basic humanity to me during that time, and I felt spoiled because of how horrific he was prior. The bar couldn't have been lower. When I healed enough to walk on my own, he asked for a divorce again. That time he left when asked. Then he moved into our newly rebuilt house. We lost the house I bought to a wildfire and moved in his very pregnant new girlfriend. I only found out about the other woman over a year into the affair and at the start of the divorce process by hacking into his iCloud account and reading his text messages. I had never done anything like that before, but I needed answers. When I confronted him about that, he said, "I'm sorry for all that stuff. I was going to tell you, but you found out before I could." The process of our divorce lasted longer than our marriage. 75k later and it's done. I still have to cooperate with this narcissistic lunatic, but it's taught me so much about how to live a happy life regardless of external circumstances. I have an amazing daughter now, and I'm eternally grateful that I dodged that bullet so soon into the marriage. Life lessons: trust the universe will always take care of me and my daughter. Work every day to live in acceptance, gratitude, and in this present moment. Never date a cop. I divorced my first husband due to abuse. I finally got the nerve to leave. When we went to court, after our hearing was finalized and we were officially divorced, he wanted to go grab breakfast. He continued to harass me, stalk me, have his girlfriend stalk me through family, Facebook/Instagram, refused to give me the title to my car I paid off on my own, threaten me, call my work, and tell me I can't work weekends because of what I'm going through. Tried to say he was going to throw all of my stuff out or give it to Goodwill. Called the cops and also tried to plant marijuana and a pipe in my boxes of personal items and claim it was mine, even though I haven't lived there in over 6 months. Harassed the people I was living with, tried to apologize for calling the cops on me, called and harassed my parents, and of course always feel like he has to email me happy birthday. The icing on the cake, my brother unexpectedly passed away last year, and he felt the need to have to reach out. At this point I'm happily married, been with my husband for 10 years, and he still tried to talk to me and say "I'm so sorry babe" on a public forum where friends were posting about my brother's death. Classy. I think I finally got rid of him. I don't even know if he is aware I'm remarried or I moved to another city. Don't care. It was a long hellish ride that I do not wish on anyone. I got a phone call from my oldest son about 2 AM one night from Georgia. I live in Delaware. He said that his younger brother, my ex, and her new military husband had them going overseas. He only knew they had passports, and he heard Belgium, Italy, and Spain, but didn't know where they were going, but knew they were moving. Point after that call, I didn't talk to either son for over 18 months. I had no idea where they were. I tried every avenue to make contact. Child Protective Services wouldn't help. Child Support Division would not give any info on where my support payments were going. I contacted my state senators. They said it was out of their ability to help. I tried 3 different lawyers, and they couldn't get anywhere, as the military blocked their ability to get information. Senator William Roth, yes, the Roth IRA guy, returned a call from a letter I sent to him at the national level. He was ex-military and would go through the channels and make calls to some of his contacts in the military. Turns out, the ex's new husband requested an overseas post to prevent me from visitation. Long story short, the kids were sent home. I had to pay for the tickets, and my ex and her husband went to the airport in Italy and found out they were a day early for the reserved flight. They forced the agents for the airline to change the date, so they didn't have to come back the next day, and I get a call around midnight from a flight attendant saying my sons were in Philadelphia airport a day early. They all saw the tickets were changed and were sympathetic of these scared kids and the hour of day it was. They had 2 people sit with them and get them food and comfort. We made a 1-hour 45-minute drive and got my kids that night. We filed for an emergency stay and set a court date. I got custody shortly after I met a lawyer some 10 years after somewhere I was flying home to from a business trip, and we got to talking about court cases and I told him my story. He asked my name. When I told him, he said, "You're the name vs name." Yep. He said there isn't a day in family court where my case isn't presented as a precedent for fathers trying to see their kids. The stepfather had to go the military psychiatric care for a while, and life ended up well. We live in different countries, and she didn't want people to know that I had divorced her, so she made up a bunch of different stories to tell different people about why we weren't together, why I wasn't there, or why she wasn't here. Stuff like, I was in hospital because I had a serious illness. I was dead. I had been in a serious motorcycle accident. I don't ride motorcycles. I had been hit by a bus. I was in a plane crash. And she foolishly told all the people that lived near her different stories. So naturally, they all spoke to each other with similar. It's so sad to hear what happened and then how. No, I heard that, insert story here. We had people visiting my grandmother's house to offer condolences, which had them all very confused. She could have just told them that she left me, and it wouldn't have made a difference to me at all. But the best part was how she and her family kept begging me to take her back. I had to explain to them that unfortunately I was having a really bad day. I had been on my way to the hospital for a biopsy and was taking a motorcycle lesson on the way before getting hit by a bus, and then a plane crashed into the ground right where the bus left me, and obviously now I'm dead. And I don't think the neighbors would be all too happy about seeing a ghost hanging around all the time. Preface: high school sweethearts reunited after we ran into each other. Got married and things delaminated pretty quickly. Had 4 kids because Catholic and no BC was allowed. Stuck it out as long as I could. She asked me to move out, and in 4 months we were divorced. Divorce went smoothly. Everyone was fine. Fast forward several months, made social media post about how happy I was with my partner. Get sued for custody. Had to sell car and possessions to cover legal fees. End up with split custody after a very hostile and stressful 6 months. There has been many things, but this is the biggest. Son showed up with a black eye from his mom. He and his siblings explained what happened. He was running full speed in the house and ran into his brother and hit his face on some furniture. Took a picture just in case. Kids do stupid stuff. A few days later, CPS calls me. X said she was worried about abuse. Interviewed by CPS lady a few days later, she spoke to kids, and X. Kids did not indicate any type of abuse because there isn't any. It was really awkward. The CPS lady asks her questions and goes through the routine. Explained what happened with one of them showing up with a black eye, and she nodded. She went on to tell me her husband has a difficult ex who has done similar things. We both knew my ex panicked about his black eye and called them to see what would happen, but was forced to report her concern when questioned. Her current boyfriend said it was ridiculous and didn't agree with her doing it. We just try to keep the peace and don't get surprised by anything anymore. When we were together, we bought 2 bonded border collie puppies from a local farm. Balthazar and Lady were their names. We were together for about 2 years before we separated. When we separated, we agreed that they would still get to spend time together, and that I would drop Balthazar off 2 days a week at his house, He had a big fenced backyard, and in return I would give him $50 and make sure the pups were well fed for the day. I dropped him off twice, and when I came to get him on the second pickup he was gone. My ex had a few roommates and I asked if they knew where my dog or my ex was, and they said something like, "Your ex is at work, not sure where your dog is, we think he ran away." I did everything to find my dog. I drove up and down that road and the surrounding area for 2 weeks, put up lost signs with a reward, called the shelter every day. Nothing. About 2 years later, I was randomly browsing Facebook and saw an event named Balthazar's 4th birthday party. Sure enough, these people had my dog. I looked at their friends list and immediately saw my ex was one of their friends. I immediately got in contact with them, and they told me my ex had sold them the dog, and that my dog appeared heavily abused and neglected. When they bought him, they were unwilling to give him back, because they thought that I had done that to my dog. Assuming they were telling the truth, my best guess was that my ex had kept the dog for about 2 weeks, secretly, and starved and hurt him, and then sold him, just to make me suffer for ending our relationship. The people appeared to be taking really good care of Balthazar, so I'll let them have him. Every now and then I see my ex around town and my blood just boils, and it takes all of my strength not to scream and yell at him on public. He kicked me out of our apartment because I wasn't ready to start a family yet. We were in our early 20s, and I was in graduate school, so that was why. He wanted me to drop out of school and start a family right then, and of course I said no. I would have been homeless had I not been taken in by a buddy of mine who happened to have a spare room in her house. I spent the next 4 to 5 months recovering, but not really dealing directly with the whole divorce thing, and I also never went back to get my stuff. Honestly, I was just too in shock. He kicked me out over the phone while I was at university. I didn't even go back to pick up clothes. I picked up a few items at a thrift store and wore those things for months. If I can be totally honest, I was catatonic for the first couple of months, and then after that my life just slowly went back to normal. Just being kicked out really helped clear my mind and helped me realize what a piece of shit he was. One day my dad calls me up and we get to talking about it, and he's like, "You have to get your life back in order. Let's just go while he's at work, get everything that's yours, and leave the key there." So we did that on some random Monday out of the blue. He calls me at midnight that night sobbing, saying that he thought that I would come back, that he thought about me every day, that seeing my stuff not at our home crushed him, all of that. I said, "You left me homeless and told me to not come back. I don't know what you were expecting." We ended up talking on the phone until 5 AM that morning, talking about our whole relationship. I happened to leave some very rare video games at his apartment. I'm talking games that were worth about $300 SIB even back then, and I took some of his games by accident. He asked me if we could meet and do a swap. I knew that he was going to try really hard to get me back, and honestly, if what happened next hadn't happened, I'm pretty sure we would have, and continued making each other miserable. He promised me that he was going to call me in the morning to arrange to meet up and do the game exchange, but it never happened. Instead, his mother, who always hated me because she was a raging narcissist who couldn't handle not being able to have complete access and control of her son at all times, and lived in fear that my career was going to move him further and further away from his hometown, which honestly it would have. All these years later I live in a whole other country and have lived in a bunch of places, told him that he could never see me again, and hooked him up with one of her girlfriends. So he has this insane rebound and very public whirlwind romance with a 42-year-old woman, while we are both in our early 20s and still technically married. It was the talk of our friend group. He moved back to our hometown and went on these over-the-top partying/clubbing dates with her every night. Basically the exact opposite of how we were together. So I served him papers. At first he told me that he was going to rake me over the coals and all of this, but he knocked her up and we were both poor off. So we agreed to do the game exchange and just call it a day because we had no other assets. So that was the last time I ever saw him. Less than a year after that call with a very pregnant girlfriend who looks like his mom. She broke it off with him the following year because he couldn't step up as a dad. For the next 10 years he was engaged to a different woman every year. I'm pretty sure he is married for real to someone I went to high school with now. I do hear about it from parts of my family here and there even after all these years. I was never married to my son's father, but I spent 8 years being beaten and abused in every way, and when he threw me in front of our son I walked away. Then he refused to give me my stuff and my son. Then spent 3 years trying to get me back and I refused. When I met and married my husband, he was pissed at me. He ran my name into the ground to my son and lied saying he bought him everything when it was me. In 2016 he went behind my back and got a lawyer and forced me to sign primary custody to him or he would run with my son and I would never see my son again. I signed. Then in 2018 he took my son, against the court papers mind you, and moved to California from Oklahoma. My son didn't want to leave here. Then it was found that he had bed bugs and threw my son's bed away and never got him a new one. It was 7 months before I found out. I had to buy him a bed and have it sent to their apartment. He was supposed to have medical insurance on our son as part of the custody and never got it even though it's in the papers, cause his cigarettes and weed was more important than that. So I had to buy his glasses and I have bought all of his clothes that his dad has stolen from him and bought his shoes and all of his socks that his father stole too. I have been the one paying his plane tickets to and from to Oklahoma. Now my son is 16 and finally stood up to his father and told him he wants to come home to my house in Oklahoma and his dad is no longer speaking to him and told me I won and I can have our son. Like our son is a prize. I cried happy tears. So my ex left out of the middle of nowhere. Like, we were at a networking event together and we drove separate cars. So we were going to meet up at home and drop off one of our cars and then go out to eat together. We hadn't been fighting. Things hadn't been strained. She had started a new job and had been traveling a lot for the new gig, so we hadn't seen as much of each other as we were used to, but things were good when we were together. I was the housewife at the time. At her insistence I had quit my job to stay at home and take care of her and the house. Point I get home from the event and wait for her to show up. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. I'm texting her. Nothing. I go inside and find a note on my pillow that says she is taking a personal retreat and that she is coming back soon. Faking weird. A week later she shows up at my therapist's office in a new suit with a new haircut and tells me that she has filed for a divorce. My therapist to this day refers to it as the craziest thing I have ever seen. The day before she had emptied out our joint account, my only source of cash as I was the housewife, and maximumed out our credit cards. I had zero access to money. I was rolling pennies for gas poor. I had to open up a credit card to pay for my lawyer. It gets better. She texts me and says that she wants to try counseling. I'm completely shocked and spun and don't know which way is up, but want the opportunity to at least find out what is going on. Of course I agree to go. She tells me when and where to show up. I go to the office. My ex has set an appointment for her counseling, but told me that it is supposed to be couples counseling. So when I show up the therapist is all about how inappropriate it is that I'm there. She never wanted to do counseling. She just wanted to have a professional to put on the stand to testify about how controlling I supposedly was. She goes on to tell me this sob story that I totally fell for about how she was having a mental breakdown and how she was going to have to quit her job and be destitute. So I accepted a deal where I got nothing and she kept everything. The house I had cashed in half of my retirement account to pay the down payment for. She got it. I walked away with some furniture and an 8-year-old Mini Cooper. My faking lawyer didn't even suggest I not do this. She told all of our mutual friends that I was abusive and poisoned all of my relationships with them. I was homeless. Thankfully a friend of mine let me crash in her basement, or I would have been living out of my car. She continued working, of course, making low 6 figures today. She has a side hustle as a motivational speaker. She goes around the country talking about how abusive I was and how she was finally able to blossom once she left me. Her whole shtick is about authenticity and is an hour-long series of lies. I have a video of her trash talking me to a room full of 1,000 people. You know who blossomed after our divorce? I did. I now have a gig making low 6 figures from a business I built from nothing. I became a Moth Grand Slam champion. I just bought a house in an amazing neighborhood. I'm getting back into aviation and the things I love that I was never allowed to pursue when I was with her. Now that I'm not forced to be her housewife and her slave with no access to my own money, it's amazing what I have done. Sorry, this is getting ranty. Oh boy, my dad took off for a week and didn't tell anyone where he was. My mom left the state with us. He came back eventually to find us gone and had relations with the neighbor that night. He moved his ex-fiancée and 3 of her 4 kids into our house less than a month after we left. He then wouldn't sign divorce papers. He, his girlfriend, and her adult child foreclosed on our house before taking my mom off the mortgage. He would sit on the phone and cry to my sibling about how his girlfriend left him. Don't think for one moment that he let us forget that our mother kidnapped us. He has a 6-figure job, but can't pay child support. Had no problem with the fact that his kids were cold, living in a house with mold in the basement and bats coming out of the vents, and didn't have enough food despite using the food bank. Have you ever had someone so out of touch with their kid that they send the Scarlet Letter and Lee Coca books for a high schooler who has no interest in either of those? How about sending Thomas the Tank Engine for a 10-year-old? Oh, or have you ever been told about the death of a close family member by postcard? Been there. The man is delusional, never could admit that he did anything wrong. Plays dad every once in a while. He hasn't contacted my youngest sibling in more than half their life. My youngest sibling hasn't seen my dad for more than half their life, and I haven't seen my dad for about half of my life. Are we talking after the divorce was filed or after it was finalized? Cause I've got one for both from Satan straight off Jerry Springer, and it's a little bit of a read. So after I filed for divorce, she moved her sister's husband into the house and proceeded to announce their relationship. Still not sure whether my kids call him Uncle Daddy or Daddy Uncle. Got your interest yet? Well wait, there's more backstory here. She had told me she wanted out, but we could work on it. This proceeds for a month. One night she's acting super weird. I go upstairs and confront her, and she denies it. I end up grabbing her phone off the bed, turn and walk. She immediately jumps off the bed, jumps on my back, bear hugs me from behind while trying to grab her phone. I know something's up and am like, what are you hiding? She then trips me up, jumps on top of me while trying to grab her phone with one arm, and then mine starts punching and kicking and kneeing me repeatedly. Every time I get up with her in my back, she trips me up and takes me down. I don't lay a finger on her, period. This proceeds down the hallway for about 10 minutes with her still screaming and just straight up freaking out, punching the shit out of me, with her 12-year-old daughter joined in now kicking, and my 7-year-old daughter yelling, stop hitting my daddy. I end up throwing her off my back, get downstairs and lock myself in the bathroom. She's kicking the shit out the door, and yes, I should have called the cops, but didn't, and she's screaming, how do you like it now? But now all 4 kids are up and she's begging to just work things out. She will ditch him. She was having an affair with her sister's husband and had been for 7 years. I'm like, we will talk about it tomorrow, get kids to bed and go to sleep. Honestly, at that point I just needed to escape the situation for a bit and think. Fast forward, next day things are semi-normal. I go get breakfast, come back, sheet breaks out, she's still leaving for him, and I'm like, fuck it. I send the screenshots to her mom, let chaos ensue. She's freaking out, calling him, completely losing her sheet. I'm just sitting back watching the sheet show ensue. She goes in the bathroom and calls a friend, who happened to be a paralegal. Afterwards for 30 minutes, I hear them plotting, and her friend saying you can't leave the house because you forfeited etc. Giving her legal advice. She takes off speaker after a while, talks a few days, okay I will do that now, then walks out, calls 911 and says she's fearful for her life because of me, runs upstairs, and I'm like, shit. I go sit on porch and wait. Cops show, she lies about what happens, says I attacked her. She presses charges and has me arrested for domestic violence because she called and not me. I went to the station. I'm then ordered out of my house. Next day at court, I'm told whatever I can get in my car I can take, rest stays by judge. I move out, stay with a friend, she moves, new boyfriend, well sister's husband straight in next day. For next year and a half he lives in the house. I'm court ordered to pay all the bills, mortgage, electric, gas, water, credit card bill, cable, phone, etc. point plus child support, and I get stuck with my work car her a 2-year-old flex. Ends up like 4k net a month paying out. She played victim, got it all, and I got it up the as no lube. Refuses visitation, plays victim, tries to get supervised visits, but court doesn't do. Have to do pickup and drop offs at police station, but small town no cops. Her boyfriend gets hostile at every pickup drop off cell. I end up having to get local police lieutenant to sit and watch every pickup / drop off. There's tons more here, but that's just the tip after the divorce was final. She tried to play victim and stay in the house longer than she was allowed using the kids. Judge didn't buy it. I got house back and spent 2 weeks loading trash and pitching it. I could have filled a 20-yard dumpster with it. She had first choice on everything, marital asserts, and made me buy my own things back, as she would choose my things that family gave me etc. Let the flex get repod. Said she was refinancing it and then never made a payment and let it hit my credit after she drove it 7 months. Let everything she was court ordered to pay go or get repo that was in my name. Constantly tries to get child support raised and uses kids for money. Oh, and is still with sister's now ex-husband and getting married. OC's also called the cops on me a few times when the kids don't wanna go back, saying I'm trying to kidnap them. Lets her boyfriend jump on the phone and constantly try to tell me how to parent or try to jump down my throat starting sheet. This is all still just the tip of the iceberg. I've got stories for days. They say he'll have no fury like the wrath of a woman. Well, they must have been talking about my ex-wife aka Satan. Not me, but my dad. Point he and his ex-wife were literally always fighting and unhappy for basically a decade. Had my little brother and my other brother who is her son and I grew up together. It was hell. Constantly a hostile home life and terribly toxic. Point she has in the time post-divorce invited her son, who immediately moved in with his dad after the divorce, over to her drug den trailer for his 18th birthday along with her at the time 10-year-old son, my little brother, only to throw an entire fresh out of the oven lasagna at them both. Accused my dad of rap, stealing, abuse, and talked constant shit about him to my little brother. Gotten multiple DUIs and gone back on drugs. Claimed my little brother on her tax forms, immediately costing my dad a shit ton of money and still not having gotten his tax returns, as they are still debating them in courts. The justice system hates fathers. Always has, always will. Unrelated, but my dad didn't get any stimulus checks either, resulting in the government now owning him upwards of 10k. Bought my little brother a new phone specifically so she could call and text him terrible shit, usually about my dad, whenever she wants. Given my little brother a shit ton of emotional issues, which we've all noticed and been aware of, resulting in him needing to see a child therapist. Threatened my dad and his girlfriend multiple times and called screaming and crying because my dad wouldn't pay her phone bill, rent, or for gas and cigarettes for her TLDR. My dad's ex-wife has been the shittiest person I have ever met. Always was when they were married and continues to get worse by the day. Point thanks for reading, anyone. A year and a half after I got a restraining order and he filed for divorce, the order expired against my will, but I didn't know at the time how to renew it. A few days later, he broke into my house very early in the morning and started doing dishes and making breakfast. This is especially hysterical because he never did those things in 12 years of marriage, at least not any time before noon. Point I thought it was one of the kids, so I called downstairs to see who it was. He answered that we were back together and everything is fine and God was with us. I locked myself in the bathroom and called the cops. They said they couldn't do anything. It was a long couple of months of him constantly trying to break into my house, but eventually I moved to a secret location. When he showed up on the front porch late one night, I finally got my restraining order. He dragged the divorce case out for years, each shenanigan more insane than the last. He cloned my phone and cyberstalked me, then presented that illegal evidence in court as proof. His lawyer stated that I was dating a demon who was going to steal the children. For reference, I had had a few dates with a guy who had never met my children or even been to the town where I lived, but apparently was a demon because he lived in a nearby town that my ex declared unironically to be full of demons. He even told the kids that, along with cruelly mocking them for having friends of a different religion than they were. The littlest one ran away in the middle of the night to a neighbor's house and begged them to bring her to me, which they did. He called the police and said that I kidnapped the child. I got full custody, all decision making power, and he got some visitation. He appealed, but his behavior was so abusive to the children that he lost some of his time with them. This went on for quite a while, and he lost time every time until he quit appealing, but told me many times with witnesses that he would never stop until he had gotten full custody because I was dangerous. Fast forward a couple of years. I'm supporting the kids on my own. They have a great house, rented, great school, great grades, great friends. He has no job, most of the time has no car. His house looks like it is in a junkyard and is falling down around his ears. Now who is crazy? Huh. On the bright side, he has pulled himself together and is at least a decent dad. The kids enjoy their time with him, and he is flexible with visitation in whatever way is best for the kids. I'm dating a great guy, and I'm happy that the kids enjoy seeing him every other weekend, because otherwise I wouldn't have time for a boyfriend. I will never forgive him for his cruelty, but I'm delighted that he has been able to at least be a caring parent. Who knew? I had been sleeping on the couch for a long time because she didn't sleep at night, stayed up talking to herself and her cats until the wee hours. She was an alcoholic who refused to work and kept me up most nights. One night I remember faintly hearing her saying something like, "Where's Sebastian?" One of her cats. "Did you kill him? Did you?" At some point I woke up and almost left to go to a hotel, but then I heard her approaching the sofa where I was sleeping, and it sounded like she was coming from the kitchen. "If you did that, then I'll do this," is what she said, and I looked up, and she was at this point standing over me with a butcher's knife in her hand about 2 feet or so from the couch I was laying on. You'd have to know her, but she did 95% of what she did solely for attention, and I knew she had no intention of using that knife. I was, however, concerned that she was drunk and nuts, and it might slip. So I stood up, stared her dead in the eyes, took a step toward her, grabbed her knife hand, and twisted it until the knife fell out. Almost took out my toe. I took a couple steps toward her to back her up, bent down and grabbed the knife, then went to the kitchen and got whole block of knives, then laid back down on the couch and went to sleep while she railed about a different cat. Reading that over, I have no idea how I spent almost 2 years with that woman. I honestly think a lot of that was locked away in a box until just now. She had me charged with a crime I didn't commit, assault. On the witness stand, she described the assault in a way that, had it really happened, would have left her with serious injuries at the time and possibly debilitating long-term consequences. Instead, she drove away from the scene with no problem at all, declined to go to the hospital when the police came to interview her, and showed no injuries at all in the video statement that the police took. Her statements on the stand also contradicted things she told the dispatcher when she called to report it. I honestly don't think she knew that calls to 911 are all recorded. Finally, after both sides presented their cases, the judge didn't want to hear my criminal lawyer's closing remarks, something that happens only when the judge doesn't feel like wasting any more time, because a not guilty verdict is a foregone conclusion. The trial was 2 weeks ago. I'm now preparing a malicious prosecution lawsuit against her, which will be served on Monday. I'm also preparing a custody lawsuit, likely to be served before the end of the month, as she has cut me off from my son for the past year and has completely alienated him from me. My family lawyer and hers have been exchanging emails since the trial concluded, and it's very clear that her lawyer knows that something bad is coming and is doing his best to get her to cooperate, but he's not getting anywhere. As of today, she's done her usual disappearing act and isn't responding to her lawyer, thinking that somehow, if she just ignores him, this will all go away. I have one. My ex was a liar. He lied about everything. He told me he had cancer to get sympathy and most likely for me to take him back. At first I was sad for him. As time went on, stories weren't matching up. I asked for a divorce end of October 2018. He then has cancer end of November. He said the doctors found it because he went in from him being stressed and found cancer around his heart. Fast forward to December, he's having heart surgery and calls me before he goes under. His mom is supposed to call me when he's done. Then it changes to her calling me from his phone. Then it ends up being him who calls me after the surgery. The surgery was done in 30 minutes with him calling me acting loopy, like he went under. I had been suspicious at this point, and I think it showed through the tone I had with him. His voice became more and more normal, like he forgot he was acting. Then he went back to being loopy. So after having this open heart surgery he's then supposed to start chemo the very next day. Mind you, it's literally Christmas week. Fast forward a couple months to March and he's supposedly still getting chemo. I saw him, and this man still has all his hair, beard, head and eyebrows. And also looked to have gained a couple of pounds. He never brought it up again. Saw him one last time in February 2020 for divorce proceedings and he looked exactly the same with all hair intact. Later that year my grandmother actually passed from cancer. Fact that dude. Well, this is a batshit crazy story. My ex moved in a 17-year-old 3 days after I temp moved out. Unbeknownst to me, he had copies of my recipes, had kept some of my clothing, my passport, and my perfume. He convinced her to grow out her hair, because that's the way he liked it. Mine was long and brown. They used my passport to get her into over 21 establishments. The age thing may not be a big deal, but he was 34. They also used my passport to travel and try to utilize my travel perks. He convinced her to wear my perfume, talk like me, and try to act like me. Since I loved to bake and had quite a bit of baking equipment, he really bought it for her and gave her all my recipes for her to try out. He encouraged her to email me and ask me what his preferences were, what laundry detergent I used, etc. Everything I had said I liked. He made her list on MySpace as her favorites. He even tried to get her to go to school to get an accounting degree, but she flunked out. I had told him I didn't want a big wedding, I just wanted to have our parents on the beach in Hawaii. Guess where his wedding was? Yep, you guessed it. He called me and berated me for trying to keep in contact with his grandmother, because that was getting in the way of his new wife's relationship. I still miss that lady. I also used to sew, not because I liked it, but because it gave me options. He convinced his new wife to ask his stepmom for sewing lessons and bought her a sewing machine so she could be like me. He would freak out when she varied from the script, so that relationship didn't last long. What did I do? I put a keylogger on his PC to keep track of him, watched his and her MySpace, and got a tattoo. I had gone back to school, trying to hit the ground running after my husband left me for Chilean flight attendant, and had class at night on Monday and Wednesday plus a Friday morning class. He was living in another state, but was able to travel most anywhere he wanted whenever he wanted. Airline pilot. He hatched a plan to wipe me out while I was in class. He rented the largest Penske truck and 6 muscle guys, and came during the hours he thought I would be in class, were it Monday or Wednesday. On Friday, I was home and although frightened, I was amused. He tried the old key, I changed the locks. He tried the outside garage opener, I had removed the batteries. He tried windows and doors all around the house to no avail. I called the police, and while they took their time getting there, he was looking like an idiot with his 6 rented by the hour muscle buddies milling around in the driveway. All he was able to take was what he was entitled to, his clothes, his tools, his desk and his motorcycle. It was so ridiculous. I had told him many times that he could get the things that he left behind whenever he wanted, but just to let me know, so I could be home, etc. He just had to be a dick about it like usual. It was pretty funny watching him close up that nearly empty Penske truck and drive off. For what he spent on his little sting operation, he could have replaced what he gained probably 3 times over. The final coup de grace happened when one of the hot muscle dudes slipped me his phone number and told me to call him. LMAO. This literally just happened, and it is still in progress. A few years ago my wife asked me for a divorce. It was the 3rd time she asked me, and I granted it. The problem, so she states, is that I was traveling for work a lot, and she stated that I never appreciate what she does. So here's the thing, I took a job for traveling so I could provide a great life for my family. She and my 3 children always had a roof over their head in a very nice home. She always drove a brand new car. When I was home I cooked all the meals. Every summer we took a multi-week vacation somewhere, often Disney, but often elsewhere. I took my son on a 3-week camping and mountain trip to New Mexico hosting a Boy Scout troop. That was physically difficult. I never missed one of my kids' baseball games or my daughter's musical concerts. Even when I had to fly home to see them on my own dime. Even after the divorce, I pay for her house and her car and give her about $1,500 a month in spending money. Mostly so my kids can see what it's like when you take a vow to take care of someone for life. All in all, I think I was a decent dad. Travel aside, and maybe that was a fatal mistake. After we divorced, I started dating someone and eventually got married. She started dating my best friend of 20 plus years, which I blessed because I trusted him to take care of her and not hurt her. We were married 30 plus years and she's the mother of my 3 kids, so I still want her to be happy. Recently I found out, through some detective work and mutual friends, that she's been telling him that I was a horrible husband, that the kids hate me, that I never do anything for them, that she always had to do everything, etc. So now my former best friend and his circle think I'm an animal, and I can't blame him considering all the bullshit she's been feeding him. So I called her out on it. He found out about it and dumped her. The one person I trusted not to hurt her. Now she's all depressed. I do feel bad for her right now. But one person I always trusted, that I always trusted, even through divorce, stabbed me in the back to my friends and my kids. She divorced me because she said I didn't appreciate her. Turns out she never appreciated me, or at least she didn't for a very long time. I'm still processing all of this. I can't talk to my current wife about this, for obvious reasons. I feel like my whole life has been a lie. It's going to be hard to trust anyone again. I want to die and just leave them all to their own devices. This just sucks. I wasn't perfect, far from it, but damn, I deserved more respect than that for all I've done. For now, I'm just burying myself in work, again, to get my mind off of everything and anything else. Thanks for the question. Thanks for listening. Reading my long response. Mine isn't really after divorce, but when my ex left, first, we both knew it was coming. We talked of splitting about a week before the wedding, but we did a destination wedding, and a whole bunch of people would have been out the cost of a trip to Montego Bay. So we stuck it out, and got along fine the first year. About halfway through the second year the old arguments started coming back. I hit a point where I was smoking a blunt on the way home from work just to handle when I got home. But the drama isn't important. Suffice it to say we were done, but neither of us were ready to make the call. Then one fine August day in 2009 I got home to a living room devoid of furniture and a bedroom missing the bed and chest of drawers. All my clothes remained and my electronics were there, sitting on the floor. Then I sat back and started to think of all that was missing. And realized there wasn't a pug in front of me wanting to be fed and walked. I can understand the stuff, but how in the hell do you sneak off with a man's dog? I was beyond angry and devastated and didn't know what the fuck to do with myself. So of course I drank like a fish. 3 days later I learned she had returned home to a large urban northeastern city. We had relocated to a large city in the southeast. So that night I very calmly called her and said I wanted my dog back. She could have the rest of the sheet, but I wanted my pup. And she responded by saying, "What? You don't want the money?" 2 months before I had made the final table at a WSOP circuit event in Biloxi, Mississippi, and taken home about $18K and put it into a joint savings account. And 2 days before she left she withdrew half of it in cash, the other half at a different branch the following day. So a week later I rented a car and drove to the northeast, stayed in a lovely hotel by the airport, and the next morning filed for divorce and served her with so much discovery on top of it. She was probably drowning in paperwork. I paid extra for a private process server to get her served the following day. Late that night I dropped a letter in her mother's mailbox saying I would drop all the discovery requests and the claims for the money if her mother would meet me the following day for lunch at the lovely airport hotel with my dog, and 20% of the money. No lawyers would be required, and we could go out separate ways. 2 days later I was home with my dog and I haven't spoken to her since. My ex-wife cheated on me from the moment we started dating, and I didn't find out until we had been together 5 years, married for 1.5. It was very Scotty doesn't know, seemed like everybody was aware, or actively faking her, and pretending to be my friend. When I only knew of one affair, we were trying to reconcile, but she was staying at her parents'. She would call me every night, then go out and bang somebody. So faked up point she was Catholic, and I was not, so she made me get married in a Catholic church. 10 years after our divorce, when I hadn't spoken to her in all that time, I got a message saying she needed a Catholic church divorce, not just a regular divorce, because her new marriage was also in trouble due to her infidelity, and she was unable to stay faithful to her new husband, because the marriage hadn't been sanctioned by the church. I just ignored it because, why help her, and I was trying to have boundaries. The church does an investigation, and absolves the marriage, citing my indifference and atheism. What the fuck point happy ending. I met my current wife of 16 years about 1.5 years after, and things have been awesome. Once my divorce was final, we went to Las Vegas, and pawned my ring and my ex's, bet all $200 we got for both rings on one spin of roulette, covering my old wedding date and my divorce date. The 13th hit, married 7.13, and I won $1,750. My ex tried to sue me for making porn, though I haven't ever actually made porn. Quick CW, this is funny and cringe-worthy, with brief mention of domestic violence, though it does have a positive outcome. For starters, let's make something clear. I have never made porn. If I had, I would have zero shame in admitting it. Okay. My ex was abusive and never thought I would actually leave him. When I did, things went from bad to insanely terrible. Emphasis on the insane. So one day about a year after I left him, while scrolling through porn on Tumblr, back when it had adult content, my ex came across a 2-minute clip of a lovely naked woman, self-stimulating. Aside from similar hair and eye color, this woman doesn't even look that much like me. I have tattoos where she doesn't. Our hem anatomy is notably different. I guess the shape of our faces is kinda similar. Though still, hardly a dead ringer. Anyway, he was certain that this content was created by me, and that I somehow magically knew how to make something pop up on his Tumblr feed. So I must have intentionally and masterfully placed it right where I was certain he would come across it, because, he claimed, I wanted to make him mad. And boy was he ever. He sent this porn to my dad, my brother, my aunt, several mutual friends, his own sister, we've maintained a friendship, and my lawyer. Then started this campaign that I should be grateful to him. Yeah, you read that right. He claimed that I owed him an eternal debt of gratitude for not sharing this porn with the world, though it was already on the internet, and Child Protective Services, because they would rip a young child from my arms upon learning what a slut I am. Last I checked, it's not illegal to post nude videos of oneself on the internet, nor is that a thing that gets people's kids taken away from them. Oh yeah, it's also not me in the porn. There's a lot more stuff aside from my ex thinking I made porn. He's threatened to kill me and described in gruesome detail how he wanted to kill my whole family. I moved across the country. My child and I are safe and thriving. We have a protective order, which means he's not supposed to contact me at all, though for a couple of years he contacted me frequently through dummy social media accounts. He addressed concerns that had been expressed, that the woman doesn't even really look like me. Alas, his explanation was that my new boyfriend, who is this new imaginary boyfriend, is a graphic designer, therefore edited the footage just enough to throw most people off the trail. But my ex, he knew it was me, and claimed he had every freckle, mole, and scar memorized on my body, and he was certain he could prove to a judge that I made this porn. This went for quite some time, and just got crazier and crazier at the hearing for my third protective order. First two lasted 2 years each. For the third one, the judge granted one that lasts much longer. He attempted to file a countersuit, privately suing me for $50,000 for pain suffering I caused him by uploading porn to the internet, with the intent to antagonize him. Needless to say, no judge ever took it seriously. Late to the party, but oh well. My wife and I toward the end were living more or less as roommates that shared a bed. Once we talked it out, we decided to separate. We stayed living together, still sharing a bed, but no sex or anything. After a couple of months, she started seeing an acquaintance we knew from our local watering hole. After a few weeks she is pretty much spending the nights at his place and coming home in the mornings, where we would chat over coffee before I went to work. That routine went on for another couple of months. I finally convince her to just move in with him so we can sell the house. She does, and he even busts his ass helping us to fix it up before putting it on the market. Actual divorce was just a straight separation. We didn't fight over anything and went in front of the judge, who looked very skeptical that after 10 years of marriage we weren't fighting or arguing over any assets. He asked each of us if we were sure, and after she explained we made better friends than spouses, he agreed to sign off on the divorce only after we gave each other a hug in front of him while chuckling. Afterwards we went out for drinks together with her boyfriend to celebrate. Fast forward 5 years to today, that dude is now my best friend and roommate after she moved across the country a few weeks ago. Wasn't married, but my first girlfriend cheated on me with her neighbor who was 11 years older than her. I was 17, she was 16. She got pregnant and decided it was time for us to do the deed. I thought it was both of our first times. I used protection and 2 days later she said she was pregnant. I asked if she was sure, and I was very scared. Went to the doctor and they told her she was 6 weeks along. Quick math, I figured out it was a lie and promptly broke up with her. We had done it about a week earlier. She wound up miscarrying and told everyone I beat her up to cause it. Put on makeup to fake bruises she took pictures of and used them against me and threatened me to get back with her or she'd go to the police. I refused and she told all my friends the story and most sided with me as I'm a very laid back and easygoing person. Fast forward a month and I woke up to oral. She broke into my room at 6 AM. Being 17 and full of hormones I let this go on and she got on top of me. In the haze of waking up and being excited I let it continue for about 20 seconds before I snapped back to reality and kicked her out. A month later she contacts me again and she tells me she's pregnant. I told her good luck, kid's not mine. I thought it was safe as I never finished. Wound up taking me to court and had to do paternity. Kid was mine. Prior to our child's birth, she had told our mutual friends I rapped her, beat her and verbally abused her. Completely the opposite of my personality. When we dated I showered her with gifts and basically anything she wanted. My close friends were skeptical of her, but still kept their distance from me. She never went to the police because she had no proof. When she gave birth she refused to let me see her. 2 weeks later she agreed for a supervised visit. By this time I was 19 and still at home. She pulled my mom aside and told her I was physically abusive. Then one more visit a month or so later and she told my dad I was abusive as well. She also called my boss and tried to get me fired, saying the same garbage. As crazy as she is, I still wanted to be there for my daughter. I was supposed to have weekends with her, but she never showed, or when I'd go to pick her up her dad would be in the driveway with a shotgun. Slept a lot of nights on the side of the road waiting for her to show up. Sheriff wouldn't do anything. Despite the court orders she was the mom, and it wasn't considered kidnapping, it was parenting. 2 years later I moved across the country for a job opportunity. Continued to pay child support and write to my daughter weekly, have done so since she was about 6 months. I wound up getting served court papers 12 hours before a court date for abandonment. From where I lived it was a 20-hour drive. I drove back anyways and wound up losing everything we had previously agreed upon, even though she had never complied. After 5 years and tens of thousands of dollars in court fees and child support I finally decided to sign over my rights. She had since married the guy who knocked her up the first time. I kept detailed records of everything that happened. Phone records, texts, documents and in-person conversations. Set up a 529 for my daughter if she ever wants to go to college. Opened a checking account in her name and have continued to put the support money in there for her. I have since gotten married and have 3 other kids. Went back to school and got an engineering degree. My daughter is 14 now and I hope someday we can connect. How I'll ever be able to explain why I wasn't there will be hard without bashing her mom. I hope everything I'm doing will be enough to explain how much I wanted to be there. I missed her entire life and it's the biggest regret of my life. I'll always feel like I didn't do enough. Not the crazy you're looking for. Probably had a messy divorce with my ex. The kids were suffering and we decided to take them to counseling. After a few months of the kids counseling, my ex and I suddenly found the kids in counseling for 30 minutes, and then she and I sitting with the counselor for 30 minutes talking about the kids' issues and suddenly our issues. In the end, the kids counseling was essentially a post-divorce counseling for us. It wasn't the only thing that managed to get us on the road to becoming co-parents, yet it was a significant beginning point. In the end, I apologized to her for my issues. While she never acknowledged her contributions to the dissolution of the marriage, yet that's her prerogative. Eventually we have both remarried, enjoy the company of the other spouses, have family dinners with both families and the additional children we both have. Even watch after and pick up each other's new kids from daycare. My ex-wife, my daughter and my wife have on more than one occasion gone to the movies and dinner. Would they have done so without the children? No. Yet it speaks volumes that my ex actually calls me for advice these days. We did not get there overnight, yet we got there by placing our children's best interest above our own point. Since we both come from divorced and bitter parents, we recognize the harm the actions and comments our parents made, and we refuse to continue that cycle. Gave me a dead bat in a brown paper bag, as in, he found it dead, put it in a brown paper lunch bag, and made a special trip to my house complete with phone, call/text message, to say he was in his way over with a gift he picked up just for me. I thought the call/text were weird, because we literally fist fought the day before, and the cops told him to stay away from me. So I called my sister, who lived next door, to come sit with me. When he showed up, she made him leave, while I laughed my ass off and called the cops again, who did jack shit. Some backstory: right at the beginning of the end, he stepped on a live rabid bat when getting out of the neighbor's pool with our son while I was at school, and it cut his foot. He had to go through a whole series of rabies shots, and I was in night classes taking a final exam. I finished my exam and went out on break to check my phone to find like 27 missed calls/messages from him and his parents, cussing me blue and calling me every name in the book. How dare I abandon him, right? Thankfully my mom and sister lived next door to us and picked up my son, so he wasn't witness to all that. But oh boy, yeah, he really brought me a dead bat to remind me of how I wasn't there for him in his time of need. I aced my final, by the way, highest score in the class. Not me but my wife's sister. First, this guy comes to her completely out of the blue and hands her divorce papers. She had no effing idea he was even thinking about divorce. It totally caught her off guard. They were together for 20 years and have 3 kids. The oldest is on the autism spectrum and is nonverbal and needs a lot of care. So after this guy gave her divorce papers, he decided to stay in the house until he could find his own place. Then he found an apartment in the same town they live in. During all of this he was seeing someone else. Apparently he was having an affair with her and decided to leave my sister-in-law. Now for the craziest part, he and this woman bought a house together in the same freaking subdivision his ex-wife lives in. Oh, and all of this happened in less than a year's time. To me, as a man who has been with his wife over 20 years and married for about 14, all I could think when I heard this was, who leaves a 20-year marriage and jumps right into, basically, another one. A normal dude would enjoy his newfound freedom for at least a little while. I also found out his new girlfriend is the best friend of his brother's wife, and his brother's wife hated his ex-wife. So me and my wife assumed she facilitated a lot of this crap, like telling both of them how great they would be together if only he wasn't married to my sister-in-law. Probably not the craziest story, but me and my wife are square as fuck, and this is the most drama we've had in our lives since I was in the army and deployed to Iraq almost 15 years ago. We are not divorced yet, but after talking to my wife about our relationship, she was done, no fixing it, blah blah blah. Started out amicable. I'd let her live in the house with my 2 stepdaughters until they graduate in 5 years, so they could have stability. I'd keep paying for things like car insurance, keep them on my health insurance, pay for dog food and vet bills, etc. The day I moved out, she got nasty because I hadn't rearranged the stuff I left behind to her liking, still my house, purchased with my VA loan, and threatened to damage and destroy my stuff moving it where she liked. So I told her I'd come get it early the next week and put it in storage. 3 days after I moved out, she made it very clear she didn't want me in the house. My doorbell camera caught her kissing her boss in the doorway of my house, but I didn't tell her. She also moved him into the in-law quarters we have at the back of the property as a renter. I'd been suspicious for months, but I trusted her. 2 weeks later, she found out I knew when my lawyer submitted the video as evidence point. Since she got caught, she's been lying and bad-mouthing me to all of her friends and family, and to my sister, who played dumb and neutral for my kids' sake. She also stopped allowing me to see my kids once she found out my teenage stepdaughter knew about the affair, not because of me, but because of what she's seen and heard her mom and her boyfriend do. The worst is what she's currently doing to my kids, especially the teenager. She's gaslighting them, lying to them, calling me crazy. I have bouts of anxiety from my time in the service, and isolating them from my sister, who only wants to help them. It's nasty, and will get much worse before it gets better. My ex and I had set up a trust fund for the kids to cover the cost of their future schooling / car / life. Both kids were IVF babies as her plumbing didn't work properly. This is relevant later in the story. We split up and go our separate ways, but still mutually contribute to putting money away into the funds to make sure the kids' schooling is still looked after. I remarry a few years later. She eventually remarries as well. I have another child with my now wife. Ex feels like she also wants to have another kid with her new husband, but knows she has to have IVF to do it. She can't afford it. So she cries poor to me, saying she needs to take money out of the kids' trust fund because she has bills to pay for the kids, and after all, that's what the money was put aside for. I agree, not knowing what it will actually be used for. Lo and behold, she gets pregnant and my older kids tell me about it sooner than she probably liked. I put 2 and 2 together and realized that she's used their money to fund her new IVF baby. Safe to say, I was beyond pissed. She also took them away on an overseas holiday, racked up a big credit card bill, and then cried poor to me again, saying she needed to take money out of the trust fund for bills. Yeah, credit card bills that could've been avoided if you hadn't spent beyond your means. She's horrible with money, and I'm glad I got out when I did. I feel bad for her new husband, but if he's too dumb to realize how she is, that's his problem. My ex was engaged before he even filed for divorce from me. She watched him abuse me and yet still wanted to be with him. He cheated on me with her and cheated on her with another girl. Divorce was final, and I found out that until he paid his lawyer, who was holding his set of the divorce papers hostage, until he paid, he could not remarry. I got mine right away, since he emptied the bank accounts after I had sent the bills out in the mail, so our bank account was thousands in the red, so I could not afford a lawyer. He even tried using my set, and they turned him away from the marriage license counter when he could not produce his. 6 months later he asks me to pick up our son from a specific restaurant at a specific time. It was odd, because it was usually a rhyme home, when you want to come get him type situation. I knew something was up. He had me walk into his wedding reception. He expected me to have a meltdown, because in his mind him remarrying before me proved that I was the problem. I smiled, said congratulations, and asked for a piece of cake. A lot of our mutual friends were there and saw what he tried to do. Some called me after and told me that he was a shitty person and they were sorry that I had to go through that. They thought I knew, but it was obvious from my expression and his reaction that I didn't. He lost a lot of friends that day. 6 months later me and her meet up at the park for a custody exchange, and she admits that she made a mistake. All the crap he did to me, he started doing to her. She has kicked him out more times than years they have been together, often calling me to come get my son, since my ex was then homeless, and at one point actually managed to get moved out and into her own place. He sweet talked her into trying again. Each time the honeymoon phase was shorter and shorter. She messaged me a month or so ago that she was done and they were divorcing. I told her good, because she can do so much better, and she agreed. Over the years she has been my biggest ally. When my ex would try to do some shady shit like calling CPS on me for feeding my son mashed potatoes, she called and let me know, so I was not blindsided. I could not have asked for a better stepmom for my son. I hope she finds what makes her happy, because I know she was not happy where she was. I said if she needed anything to just ask, and I would help however I could. After him, her life can only improve. My ex-wife continually accused me of missing child support payments. I was behind for a month once when I lost my job back in 2011, but that was it. The issue is, the way the child support enforcement works in my state is they will punish first and then maybe consider investigating to see if it was warranted. Several times I had to head to the CSS office to show pay stubs that showed, just like every month since the divorce, I had paid, because it was literally taken out of my check. What happens if you're accused of not paying? Typically they will start by suspending your driver's license and increasing the amount taken from your check to cover what you missed, which by the way, gets paid back to me with interest eventually. Sometimes they will just freeze your bank account so you can't have access to any of your money. It's really fun when you're trying to buy formula and baby food for your 6-month-old. When you hear that your account is frozen, maybe on Monday you can go down to the CSS office and see about getting it straightened out. Assuming you have gas. Go to work. Feed your kid. Should have thought of that 13 years ago. I guess eventually, events grew to a head when two things happened. The state found out that I had been keeping health insurance on my son for the entire 14 years at the time he had been alive, and his mom refused to use it, instead using Sunica. The state paid insurance for people under a certain income. This is a no-no, and she is still paying them back in installments. The thing that topped it all off was when she decided that once again she would haul me back into court for more child support. Her dingbat lawyer didn't think to have me served, so I missed a couple of court dates. I suspected I might have a court date, so I looked on the state court network website, and I went to the next one. Even thought I hadn't been served. On the day if I'm there in my Sunday finest, I get all the way to, if I haven't called your name, please come forward, and I do. I give the judge my name, and she says ex-wife was called, and she isn't here. Why are you here? And I explain the chain of logic that I wasn't served, but I figured it wouldn't hurt to show up. Judge looks through some kind of file and gets mad. You don't have to be here if you aren't served, especially if she isn't here. She hasn't showed up the last 2 dates and can't even bother to have you served. I'm very tired of vindictive little girls masquerading as women, wasting our time. You have never missed a child support payment, but she is constantly using CSS to harass you. I state that I wish I could get her to stop, and the judge says there is nothing I can do, but said that she could do something. She modified the order so that it couldn't be changed for the next 2 years for any reason. My son was almost 17 at the time of this hearing. I had just got a better paying job, but she was stuck with whatever support I was paying 17 years prior, and she couldn't change it. My son had told me a few times that he never saw any of that money, and that any clothes I bought him as a kid, his mom threw away. He came over dressed in third-hand yard sale clothes. I bought him new shoes, pants, shirts, whenever he needed them. I'm not without pettiness. However, a month after the last payment was sent, I started a job making a considerable amount more money and wasted some of my newfound spare income on a little something for myself. As soon as she found out, I get text messages saying, "What about my other 3 children? How will I feed them?" And while I hate to see any children going hungry, those other 3 are not mine, and I suggested she inquire with their father or fathers, since she has so much experience with the system. Not the spouse, but the child of a divorced couple. My parents got divorced because my mom cheated on my dad. One day my mom shows up to my dad and I's house unannounced with food. My dad was taking a bath when she showed up. She rung the doorbell, so I went to open it, not knowing it was her, and she proceeded to shove me out of the way and storm into the house. She went into the bathroom where my dad was and had a screaming/raging fit. She kept hitting herself, so if the police came they would think my dad hit her. I went in there to try and get her to leave, and she shoved me into the door handle. Before my parents got divorced, my mom would commonly hit herself if my dad and her were arguing. She would also threaten suicide just to try and guilt trip us. There was one time before I had my driver's license where she had to drive me to the dentist. She was late, which is a common occurrence, She's usually 10 to 30 minutes late, no matter the occasion, and I told her that we should always plan to be 15 minutes early to any event, appointment, etc. because that's how my dad does things. She went ballistic on me, throwing things, speeding up in the car, then immediately stopping, crying, and yelling that I didn't love her. Literally all I did was say that my dad had told me I should be early to everything as it's the polite thing to do. Even now I'm afraid to be around her. This one might be hard to follow. She had already started faking someone else before I knew we were done. Her mom had moved into her boyfriend's and had an empty house that was bigger than where we were, and she said we could rent it for less. So we started boxing up stuff and she'd take it to her mom's while I stayed at our old place until the lease was up in a couple months. Turned out that while she took some of it to her mom's, but she was actually giving most of it to her new man. By the time I figured out that, no, we weren't moving to her mom's house, and in fact, her mom was selling the house, it was too late. Lost my entire collection of books, movies, games, about half my clothes and accessories, belts, hats, etc., and a ton of my tools from the garage. The other side of that coin, I knew the place was for sale, so I asked a friend of mine to pretend she was my wife and we went to look at the house. The realtors, there we two, just stood in the kitchen and chatted while we toured the house on our own, so I left a basement window unlocked. Came back in the middle of the night, crawled under the deck, and dropped through the basement window. Was able to get a little bit of my stuff back, mostly the clothes, and some of my books, but nothing else. What else did I find? She recently had a threesome with 2 guys at the house. Found a digital camera on the dresser, and neither were her new boyfriend. She was bad news all around. Worst mistake of my life. I'm not divorced, but my parents are, and this has to do with the topic of this post. It took place in the mid-80s. My and brother had to go over to our father's house every Saturday and my grandfather would drive us to and from our father's house. My mom had a restraining order against my father, so he wasn't allowed to be anywhere near our house. My birthday is a little after Christmas and the day I turned 10 was during our father's visitation day. When we were getting ready to leave, our father started to pack our Christmas/birthday gifts into his car, and he said that he was going to follow our grandfather back to my mom and stepdad's house because they couldn't all fit in our grandfather's car. He also said that my mom knew about it and she said it was okay. When we got to my house, my father told me to go get my mom and stepdad so they can collect the gifts. I ran inside to get them. Now, due to past violent conflicts between my parents, my mom, for years, used to practice what to if my father showed up to the house and or he started doing something violent. We knew how to dial 911 and what to say and where to hide and whatnot. So when I went to get my mom and stepdad, she told us again that if something bad happens, we have to call the cops and hide. Well, it turned out that my father had a gun in the car, and when my mom went over to his car he pulled it out and held it to her head, and my stepfather was being held by my grandfather away from my mom. So I called 911 and then grabbed my brother and we hid. The cops had been outside trying to get the gun away from my father for about an hour, but it felt like years. Eventually my father surrendered and got taken off to prison. My mom and stepdad were okay. It just scared the fuck out of all of us. This event was the last thing in years and years in family court trying to get his visitation revoked, and his parental rights were taken away for good. Imagine this long ago. Let's call her reckless, married, sensible. Sensible is a nice man with a sad past. Mother has cancer and died shortly after the wedding before any grandchildren were born. They have a child together 2 years later, and she convinces him for trying once more for a boy. Nope, 2 girls. He is perfectly fine with this and says we can't afford to have any more kids. She is upset, but says okay, whatever. As she is a stay-at-home mom, he goes off to work. Sensible loves his family and just wants to be a good provider. While he is at work, Reckless hangs out with his younger brother's best friend and has an affair. Through this affair, she gets pregnant with a 3rd daughter. The 3rd daughter is born with a full head of hair and looks different, but it's chalked up to looking more like the mother. The 2 eldest children look like mini-me female versions of their father when he was younger. Fast forward to years later, decades, when DNA ancestry testing comes into play. The maternal aunt and maternal grandmother both get DNA tests to see how it stacks against paper research the family has been doing for years. This interests one of the kids, now adult, to also take a test. The results bring forward a cousin that no one ever knew about on the paternal side. This leads to the paternal aunt taking the test to confirm the relationship. The other sisters also take the test as inherited DNA differs even among siblings. It is only through this that it is discovered that the third child has a different father. It was never admitted to, even when the parents got a divorce when the two youngest were in high school. As both were old enough, they chose to live with the father. Even then she said nothing. She also said nothing when the youngest was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer at 32. She also said nothing when both eldest children tested negative for the BRCA gene, when the youngest tested positive. Only when confronted by the two youngest who discover the paternal aunt is not on the youngest DNA matches and other close relatives are listed that are not on the older sisters does she finally come clean. With the DNA test, the youngest discovers she has a younger half-sister and half-brother. The half-sister has 2 young children. The half-sister gets tested and unfortunately tests positive for the BRCA gene. Turns out that breast cancer is genetic in their father's family. After 4 years of fighting cancer, the youngest daughter dies in just her mid-30s, leaving behind a 13-year-old son that then has to go live with his father 3 hours away from his family. The youngest had also gotten to, after one failed marriage, meet the love of her life who she married multiple times just for fun, and in so doing gained a bonus son and daughter. After the youngest daughter passed away, reckless at no point, reached out to her daughters or ex-husband to apologize for her complete dishonesty for years. Though cancer does kill, if you are aware that certain kinds are dangerous for you genetically, you can be aware and have preventative care. This was not an option for the youngest because of the lies. And to top it all off, both Sensible and the BO father had the same first name. Prioritized our children. Point never argued in front of them, stayed completely civil and polite, never trash talked etc. Made sure to keep a fully united front. Point it's not been perfect, divorces are hard. Still, we were able to never be unkind to or about each other around the children. I really hope we've managed to set a good example to them as to how you can handle separations etc. Point without them becoming toxic. I should add, our 3 kids have mixed needs, autism/ADHD, and modeling positive behaviors has always been very important for them. 4 years on, and we co-parent like pros now. I wouldn't say we are friends as such, we don't message to chat or hang out, but communication is very good, and we are more than amicable etc. Point on birthdays and Christmas etc. we both take the children to pick thoughtful gifts for the other, from the kids, not ourselves. On Mother's Day, I gift his new partner and write a note thanking her for being a positive influence in their lives. I'm very sick at present, and he's on hand as and when needed. This is long term too, so 3 years of deteriorating health, 3 health crises this year so far with hospitalizations, still investigating but some severe internal bleeding in my GI tract, 2 sources, 1 located so far, the other not yet found. I keep losing too much blood and getting to medical emergency levels of anemia etc. It must be so frustrating for them both. My ex-husband and his new partner, whose plans get changed when I have to call and say I'm being admitted and he needs to collect the kids from school and take time off work etc. This would all be so much harder if they weren't supportive. I balance that by being entirely flexible and helping where I can. They want to change days the kids are there so they can attend an event? No problem. They're going away and can't get a dog sitter? I'll have the dog here etc. Point for us, it was just so very important to make things as smooth as possible for the kids, and often that meant stopping how we wanted to react to a situation and considering instead how do I want the children to see me handle this situation, and doing that instead. It's often fighting against instincts, but we manage it. Hold to your socks for this crazy story. Point not me, but my stepfather's ex-wife. Not my mom, his previous wife. When she divorced him, it was supposedly a financial decision on her part. I don't know the details, but she ended up keeping all the rental properties they owned, and he ended up essentially bankrupt and had to build his business from the ground up. She is financial expert and supposedly knew how to manipulate numbers to her favor. Even though they were divorced, he continued providing for her children, not his by blood but one, financially as a father, even though she had a higher net worth. And get this, they lived in one of the houses he did own. Just pre-crazy context point: he died in a tragic work-related accident a year after my mother married him. It was awful. The ex went to the hospital toward the end and told him she always loved him. Well, the morning after, the crazy bitch came to our house and told us to get out because according to her she owned the property. He bought it after their divorce, so it was not a remote possibility. She yelled at my mom and my stepbrother, his son, shoved my mom, walked into our house, and stole some documents to do with his finances that were stored in a briefcase. We called the police. They had the nerve to come back, and he was arrested on the spot, not her. We felt awful about it, since we didn't want to cause his son harm, but we had no option. We never got the documents, and to this day we don't know what they stole. We knew he had a will which never surfaced. The authorities said they couldn't do anything about the documents. My mother went on to collect the last check for his business. The woman had already come by the house where the job was done, claimed to be the wife, and asked for payment. After the funeral house called my mother to ask if she wanted to buy a plot of land besides his grave. You see, the ex-wife was about to buy literally every plot around his grave, 8 grave spots total, for herself probably, so my mom couldn't. The funeral house was gracious enough to notify us and give us first dip. My mom said no. What's the point? He is already dead. What remains is just flesh, and when I die it won't matter. He had life insurance, but plot twist, it was in Crazy Beach's name. He never got to the point of changing it 1 year into marriage. Moreover, they were claiming all assets to be his sons, and wanted to be executors of the estate. However, we had a copy for their divorce which explicitly states she renounces to said life insurance. And that's when I learned the game is rigged against those lacking money. Between the funeral, frozen accounts because of the Crazy Beach's factory, and my college tuition, we didn't have much cash in hand, so we couldn't claim the estate without putting a percentage of the estate's worth down. His assets were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. We could not afford it, but they could. On top of that, we learned he had so many debts prior to marriage that all his assets were going to be lost anyway. Seems to somehow being tied to the divorce and somehow she getting all the money. He was a bit slow with money in that way, yet a master of starting his own business. At the end we agreed to not fight the insurance and basically any of the assets in exchange for some tens of thousands of dollars that were enough to cover our lawyers plus the funeral expenses. To this day it is hard to process that after all she did, Crazy Beach actually ended up with the insurance money, hundreds of thousands, and access to the estate. Meanwhile we just broke even. Point in short, please update all your documents after marriage. When people die, the vultures come out. Kinda long. I like to think there's a scale for crazy and my ex is close to the top. We both worked full time, but my schedule gave me off 15 days a month. We got divorced after she started sending emails to her ex and ignoring our 2 children, where I was basically a single dad, and she would threaten suicide during arguments. At court, she testified that I had yanked my daughter's arm during an amusement park trip resulting in nursemaid elbow. Her lawyer made me out as a monster. I brought in pictures that were dated and time-stamped as well as numbered from the trip, and they show us at the park. And at one point the nanny had swung my child by the arms in a circle while waiting for a ride, and the pictures showed my child being happy to being in pain holding her arm and us being at the nurse station and her smiling again after the local doctor reset her elbow. Point: she brought in an old supervisor from my job to testify against me because his daughter had babysat for us. His testimony got thrown out because he never directly supervised me and came down to hearsay. Point: she brought in my mail that she had redirected to her new place, and her lawyer tried to say I had new expenses. It got thrown out because mail theft, and I had proof from the post office where she had redirected all my mail. The judge was also pissed. Point: she threatened the owner from the daycare I used that she would have them closed down if she testified for me. They testified anyways, and the judge wasn't happy to hear about her witness tampering. Point: she had a close couple that we had been friends with convinced that I was the one stepping out on her. She babysits for them because our kids were close in age, and I get a call in the middle of the night from my ex-friend saying she had stolen his wife's jewelry. The ex-friend testified for me instead and still apologizes. Also, she got a theft charge against her. The divorce took 3 years. Wouldn't wish it on anyone. I started dating during this time. Nothing serious, but I was unaware that my ex had gotten access to my online phone records, and she calls a girl I had talked to a few times, over 70 times in 1 hour. She also calls the girl's job and tells her boss that she's a homewrecker and to fire her. I apologize like crazy to the girl. Never thought this would happen. She was actually pretty chill about the whole thing. My ex catches another charge for stalking and harassing phone calls. Judge was pissed and seriously not liking my ex. After 3 years of court, I got primary custody and she got 2 weekends a month and child support obligation. This was 12 years ago. My 2 kids went through a lot dealing with her unstable crazy antics. I got them into counseling, which she refused to help pay for. 12 years later, our kids are healthy and happy, live with me full time, and haven't seen her in a few years. Also, she caught another charge for identity theft for taking credit cards out in my name. Boy, do I got a story for you. I have been together with my wife for about 10 years before marrying her. She was 19, I was 20 when we met. She always seemed pretty chill, and we got together quite well. About a year before marriage, she kept insisting she wanted a baby. We've been together for so long, almost 10 years then, that I accepted this for her, not for me, as I liked the life without responsibilities. She promised me that she would take care of the child, and I will not have to do anything but what I want, if I want to. She got pregnant about few months later, and we discussed getting married. We got married. She was 5 to 6 months pregnant. Wedding was okay, we were okay. But then everything changed. She changed. After the wedding, she seemed a completely different person. She started acting like she was a know-it-all, start telling me what to do, not taking care of the house anymore or herself, completely changed. I thought it was because of the pregnancy. She started spending all our money aimlessly. Technically it was my money, as she didn't earn any. We got in fights, but I was working abroad, and she was pregnant, so I didn't have much leverage. After the first kid was born, we moved abroad together. I hoped it would get better, but it didn't. Still fighting. She still did nothing around the house, only Facebook and internet. But she took good care of the child, so I tried to ignore the rest. We got a second child 2 years later, but I was still miserable. After a half a year, we got the news that the first child has autism. We suspected somehow, but still a shock. We had to move back to our country to start therapy. The relationship got worse. She completely shut down. Moved with the children to her mother's when I was still abroad. To finish last detail about the work there. She completely cleared our joint bank accounts, about 70k euros. We were still married. I started looking for some therapy options, but all were in the city I had the house in. Her mother is living in a small town, so no chance there. She refused to come back and only agreed to come once a week for an hour for the child's therapy. It was way too little, as a child as ours requires about 10 to 12 hours a week, as suggested by doctors. She said that the child is okay, going to a kindergarten in her mother's town, doesn't need more than that hour. She didn't accept reality. I started digging, and found out she was lying. She only took him to the kindergarten for a week or so, and then dropped out. I confronted her when we met at the therapy in my city. She denied, but I called the principal of the kindergarten in front of her. She made a scene in front of the kid and the therapist. I took the kid forcefully, and took him home with me. She followed. We had a fight and she became violent. Also, she called the police saying that I was. When the police came, they saw the marks and blood on my face and lips, decided that she was the violent one, and tried to reconcile us. Long story short, I managed to take both kids to my house, but wife came also. I took the child to therapy and the other one to kindergarten. I fed them, washed them, clothed them. She didn't do nothing, but trying to make my life as hard as possible. I took everything for the best of the children. After about a year I couldn't take it anymore, and filed for divorce. I wanted to keep the children, and take care of them, especially with the one with problems, but could not stand to live with her anymore. I took a lawyer, and she got the divorce papers. Another 100% change. Started begging me to stop the procedures because the children need two parents. She will change. She will be everything I want. I didn't trust her and went with the divorce. Unfortunately, it was pretty clear after the first hearing that the judge, woman, was considering giving the children to her. I didn't want to risk my son's health because I knew she will deprive him of his therapy, so I gave in. After another begging, I dropped the divorce. We are still together after 10 years from events. Life is not good for me, but it is for my son, now 12, who is almost completely normal now. Other son is also fine. I don't have the happiest life, but my sons have the best I can give them. Define crazy. In 2013, unbeknownst to me, I met the craziest person I've ever met. I married him, and we had a baby. He would get drunk and high on prescription methadone and choke me. He would put me in police choker holds and lift me up by my neck off the ground until I couldn't fight back anymore, and then he would drop me to the floor. Once he knocked me on my back and choked me with his bare hands. My self-esteem tanked, and I became so self-conscious I couldn't make proper decisions for myself or my children. The man never slept in my bed and always passed out on the couch. We had no romantic relationship. It was a joke of marriage. He drained me of my savings, didn't help with any chores, didn't have family dinners with us, and didn't help pay for daycare when I worked. He was a literal pose. Eventually, and thankfully, I had an affair, which most abused women do, according to my therapist, and I got my groove back. I'm not sorry, at all. I hired a bodyguard to protect me and my children until I could afford to move out of the family home. He lived in a trailer on the property. On more than one occasion my bodyguard protected me, and law enforcement got involved, and they didn't make my husband leave, and they didn't arrest him either. It was ridiculous. Eventually my husband figured out that I was going to leave him, and he contacted my bodyguard's probation officer and had him thrown in jail for a positive drug test. I got my bodyguard into rehab 3 months later. The next month I fled my husband with my children and moved 90 minutes away. We visited the bodyguard in rehab, and I started a relationship with my bodyguard. I got pregnant with a baby boy. He is the best thing that ever happened to us. The bodyguard got a good job in rehab, and when he finished rehab he started another job near me and the children. He moved in with us, and we started out happily ever after, or so I thought. My ex is a literal psychopath. He pines for me and my son. It's gross. Obsession is an understatement. My ex paid people my partner was friends with to encourage him to relapse on drugs. Inevitably my partner admits fault, and I recognize that it's his fault that he relapsed. However, if my ex hadn't paid people to pressure my partner, I really don't think it would have happened. So then my ex contacted law enforcement again, and my partner got into very big trouble. I found out what my ex did because he literally told me, and I've got it on recording. He admitted that the guys he paid were informants for the county. I hired the best attorneys I could find. We are in for the fight of our lives. My partner is out on bail. He's passing P tests for me every day. We are happy right now. My ex is still contacting me left and right. Phone calls, emails. He's a nut job to the 9th degree. The ex, the pose. He has contacted DCS, made me piss naked in front of an agent. He has called in wellness checks with law enforcement. He won't leave me and my children alone. I'm fixing to get a restraining order. I could go on and on, but yay. I'm all too familiar with exes acting crazy. This one is on a far lighter note than the rest of you. Also long boring. Sorry. Backstory. I'm a long-time deadhead. Since high school in the mid-70s as a result a fan of all kinds of out there live improvisational music, jazz, blues, avant-garde, bluegrass, jam bands, funk, industrial noise, etc. Having played piano as a kid then mangled my hand in a construction accident, I got involved in the live music scene indirectly as more of a hobby. I have a real engineering day job. So mid-80s I met my first wife through the local music scene. She was a handful of years younger than me, like many her age. Got into the Grateful Dead after high school as it was a good place to buy drugs in the parking lot scene. Jerry was such a mess by then the music wasn't worth caring about anymore. She always had a great time tagging along with me to concerts, where I'd have semi-innie Status W/sound light techs, sometimes having crew passes /etc. By that time, 89/90/91, I was done with large dinosaur arena bands. The Grateful Dead scene had transitioned over to the new upcoming jam band scene around New York City, the Wetlands Knitting Factory clubs, Capitol Theatre in Port Chester, New York, etc. Well, apparently. This was not big/cool enough for her. The few times she tagged along she made it well known to everyone how much she thought all these new jam bands totally sucked. "I wouldn't fuck these losers with all of your dicks," she announced after one show to the crew guys I knew. Okay, so from then on, she stayed home, mocked me when I went to small jam band gigs. Amongst these bands, of course, was Fish. Now, I can't really say I was ever the biggest Fish head in the world. To an old school Deadhead, all these new bands sounded like that morning cartoon music, but I liked the jamming improvisational philosophy, was into the sound/light tech hobby aspect. Point fast forward to the late 90s, she'd finally had it with me, filed for divorce, having met a new guy who understood her needs, yada yada. The rub was, he was a handful of years younger than her, along with his big crew of friends, was a huge Fish head. Okay, so then, all of a sudden, the few times I interacted with her after our divorce, I was taken aback at how she painted me as hating on Fish, that she'd always loved them. So fast forward another few years to the mid-zeros, after Fish head hubby #2 had fathered 2 kids, she was apparently done with him too, filed for divorce. We were both Sagittarius. I don't believe any of that astrology nonsense, but she put all her faith in it. From then on declared all Sagittarius men are douchebags. So to wrap up a long boring story, I had the most fun of my life when, a few years after that, I happened to meet a second ex, all his buddies late night tripping balls at some jam band festival. Found out how she had painted herself as Miss Any Fish fan who had seen them in small clubs such with me back in the early jam band days, had hung out with their various families' crew, all painting herself as some sort of living legend in the Fish world. I suspect she even had to do some internet research to learn the names to drop of various Fish-any people, so her stories sounded authentic. I can only assume she did the same when she first met hubby too, to crash learn all their songs, backstory, lore, etc. I got to tell them all the actual truth, how she hated Fish, all the other new jam bands back in the early days. Totally mocked the scene the few times she actually went with me, but most of the time stayed home, made fun of me as I went out the door. Again, I couldn't even name the allegedly any people I hung with. I'm a tech geek at heart in both my professional career hobbies, so I'm not really into scene making or posing or getting selfies with celebrity musicians, etc. I also got to tell them how she was a chronic kleptomaniac. Would rip through all the closet's dresser drawers of anyone who was nice enough to let her stay over, steal random things. This all of a sudden solved a lot of mysteries for this entire circle of friends. Sorry for the length boringness. If you hung through the whole story, no, there's no restraining orders. She did klepto a bunch of my vintage vinyl from my high school days. Yes, you can refrain from comments like the Grateful Dead sucks/Fish sucks/jam band music sucks. Yes, I already know that. What did the Deadhead say when the drugs ran out? /etc. Oh yeah, she's a Pisces, so is my mother, who was also equally batshit crazy, but I still won't say all Piscean women are batshit crazy. Weren't divorced cause, didn't wanna get married. Thankfully that was for best, but we are together a while. After 2 kids she started down that I had kids early and never got that young adult life full of delinquent stuff attitude. She started staying out late and partying and at random dudes' places, and I was left home alone with kids nearly 24/7. Went on for a while, and I finally put my foot down cause we had bills and kids and this wasn't helping, and was very immature, and that she'd have to stay with kids more often so could catch up with work and get us on track. Well, a bit later I came home to her in bed with one my friends. High out to her mind, like what the fuck really? That cemented the end for me and left. 2 years later it was a weekend, so I got to her apartment to drop boys off to spend time with her. Well, then door was wide open. She's topless on her kitchen table getting a home tattoo from some random dude. Again high out to her mind, like really? She just like, oh hi, I don't know if I can have them this weekend, I have no money and couldn't grocery shop. Like what the fuck, blames kids for her not having a fun young life, blows money on weed and trashy tats, makes them false promises all the time, and they always come back disappointed telling us how she just locks herself in her room with current boyfriend, and they end watching TV. Sad, really, they're great boys and I can't believe she can treat them like this. Been going on years. Thankfully married recently, and my current wife treats them so great and fills that needed role, and love her for that. But sucks cause I know deep down they're only gonna have issues or raise lots questions once they get a bit old about their biological mom. My ex went through the proverbial midlife crisis during and immediately after our divorce. He got a sports car and started dating a stripper almost 20 years younger than him. The club she worked at was the one in town, known for giving extras. She had an open Facebook page and her life was drama. There was no way I wanted her around my kids, so I got a stripper clause in my divorce. My kids are not allowed to be introduced to anyone in the adult entertainment industry. That is an actual clause in my divorce. He tried his best to get her off the pole, so the kids could be around her. He paid for her to finish her JED, but she never did. She got a job in a local factory and that lasted less than 2 weeks. He bought her a new car the day after our divorce finalized. He also bought her a mobile home and wrote her daughter, who he met and interacted with from their very first date, into his will. They broke up in less than a year when she gave him an ultimatum of either meeting the kids or she'd leave him. He picked adhering to the decree. She never knew about the clause because he never told her about it. During the whole time he was with her, he never put the kids first. That's on him though, not her. Once she was out of the picture, he began to prioritize the kids and we've gotten along since then. After the divorce, not so bad, because I didn't have to take her crap anymore, but there were a couple incidents. Have a son together so still have to co-parent. She was testifying in court a few hours away once and called me asking to pick up our son from school since she wasn't going to be back in time and didn't know how late she would be because of traffic. I picked him up and took him to dinner hoping she would be back soon. She called me in the middle of dinner, so I explained we were out eating and I would drop him off when we were done. A few minutes later she called demanding him back right away. It wasn't my time to have custody of him, and if he wasn't home in 15 minutes she would call the police. I was like, we are almost done, I'll drop him off soon. Not good enough. I called her bluff and stopped answering the phone while we finished eating. She is the sort of crazy person to call repeatedly. Like well over 20x in a row. I end up temporarily blocking her number, so not sure how many times she would actually call, trying to get you to answer when all she wants to do is shout with no discernible goal or resolution in mind. She drove around town to the few decent sit-down restaurants looking for us and then came right up to the table. Thankfully I had just paid, so I left before she could make a scene. I didn't take her calls for a year after that. Everything was via text message. Events leading up to the divorce. She continually attempted to control me in every aspect of my life. Frequently got the bank to cancel my debit card until I opened a separate account at a different bank. One time this effectively stranded me on an opposite side of the country while I was deployed, and she had power of attorney. She sold my house to her parents and moved them in. No reason given. No legal recourse either. Then I told her I was done. She then told me to leave and if I wanted my stuff, to come back with the police. Came with 3 cops later the same day. Told the police that there was nothing in the pole barn that belonged to me. The contents included tools, travel trailer, boat, ATV and 2 cars. Police wouldn't let me in, said to hash it out with a judge. They couldn't force them to open it without a warrant. Reported items stolen at a later date after meeting with attorney. Told the police that the contents of my gun safe didn't belong to me. Changed the combo. Before I left previously, I told the police to have them prove ownership by opening it. When they couldn't, I opened it and showed the police the binder I kept with records of all items in the safe belonging to me with dates of purchase and receipts. Kept this for insurance purposes. Removed safe from the house. She attempted to tell the cops that my military gear didn't belong to me. I agreed. It was property of the US government, and if she wanted to face the theft of his property charges she changed her time. Went to court. Told judge about the property in the barn. Judge ordered property returned. She couldn't do it because she had sold it using a fake POA. Judge ordered her to pay up to the tune of 75k USD. Judge would not pursue fraud charges, calling it a heat of the moment mistake. Titles for all vehicles were in insurance binder in safe, along with proof. Purchase before marriage. She quit her job, so she had no wages to garnish to pay me. Lived off of the child support I was forced to pay anyways. Our son was 2 at the time of the divorce. He's 19 now, and she still hasn't been back to work. Repeatedly refused to hand over my son for visitation. Was always conveniently out and about at pickup time. Happened 4 times before I informed her mom that I was reporting her for kidnapping if he wasn't at my house in an hour. He was there in 35 minutes. I had a big party in Cancun when my divorce was final and still celebrate Freedom Day every year on September 23rd. Also, our son was diagnosed with autism and ADHD. She insisted on enrolling him in a private school knowing I would be forced to pay half or more. I took her back to court and won. She made the decision unilaterally. She had to pay. At that point he had been there a while and made some lifelong friends, so she didn't want to be the bad guy who took him out. She had to pay for that school from 2nd grade through HS graduation. Not my own relationship, but my parents apparently had a really gnarly divorce. I didn't learn details until Jay was older because it happened when I was 6 or 7 and kids at that point. My dad was older and super controlling with my mom, plus he had her working 2 jobs to pay the bills and had her looking after me and my brother most of the time when we weren't in daycare. Mom divorced him, thankfully, and he ended up destroying her credit, taking the money from their shared bank account and overdrafted her credit cards. He also took the care she had co-signed on for him and drove it off a small cliff, totaling it and leaving her responsible for all of the costs. He had zero money and was working under the table when he did actually worked, so it wasn't as though the collectors would waste time on him, especially once he moved out of state. He also kidnapped me for about 6 months at some point during all of this as well. This is the only thing I really remember myself, but obviously I remember it differently than the reality of the situation. He picked me up from school, that is kidnapped me halfway through the school day, and then fled a few counties over and lived on a farm belonging to his friends. I still don't know if they thought he had permission to have me or what, but after a few months of him keeping me on their property up in the mountains, they finally told him he had to put me in school or leave, since I was just staying home every day. He put me in school. My mom and aunt found which one, and they pulled a no reverse card, stealing me from school the same way he had. I do also remember him showing up right after we had gotten in the car to leave, and I remember my mom nearly hitting him with her car when he tried to block us from leaving / open the door. It was pretty crazy, but I don't really have very solid memories of most of the things that happened, and only found out after family told me the stories. Not divorced myself, but am a child of parents that divorced when I was 18. My mom was abusive as hell to me, and to some extent my dad, so when they divorced I told her to pound sand and just maintained contact with my dad. Well, my mom's crazy and was already pissed at my dad for finally walking out on her, so she proceeds to demand 60% of my dad's salary in spousal support and starts accusing him of parental alienation despite me being a legal adult. The mediator wasn't having any of that. Dad refused a judge to be nice, so because she still had access to all the joint accounts since the divorce wasn't finalized, she intentionally racked up charges and tanked my dad's credit, and then proceeded to do the same with my credit by opening accounts under my name to try and keep me from moving out of state for college. She thought if I stayed I'd have to live with her, but I would rather couch surfed. Without my dad being able to be co-signer for what she did to him, my husband and I ended up rushing getting married at 19, so I wouldn't have to drop out of college. My mom called me screaming if we ever chose to have a real wedding / vow renewal, we elope for school loan's sake. She'd make sure no one came to it because we didn't deserve it. She now tells anyone and everyone I abandoned her at her lowest point after her husband abandoned her, and regularly sends people to harass me over it, since I have her blocked on everything. I was a police officer in small town. After my wife and I divorced, after she cheated on me, she decided to live in the same town we were living in, so I could see the kids easier. Well, one night I get a call to her new place with her boy toy. Lo and behold, I was called there because they were fighting and the neighbors heard it. I get there and her new boy toy had a black eye and he told me she hit him, which she didn't deny. I laughed a little and looked at her and told her to turn around. I took her to jail for domestic violence. One of the highlights of my career. Good thing the kids were at their grandmother's that night. My mom, 6 months later, sitting in my squad car running radar at 3 AM. I notice a car coming down the road. I clock the car doing 63 in a 30. When the car pasted me, I knew right away whose car it was. I turn on the red and blues and pulled it over. My ex-wife was behind the wheel and her boy toy in the passenger seat. Well, to make a long story short, she got a ticket for 63 in a 30, which is criminal speed. I could have taken her to jail again, but choose to just give her a ticket. The kids were in their teens when all this was happening. Every once in a while, when they come over with the grandkids for a cookout, one of them brings it up about how pissed she was when all this happened. My ex-husband did a few loony things. After I moved out, he called up an old coworker from some sub-department of Homeland Security and got me placed on some kind of enhanced airport security list. He didn't quite have the clout to put me on the no-fly list, but he definitely made my life inconvenient as hell. It took me years to get off that list. Every time I'd go through an airport I would get the whole "ma'am, we are going to ask you to step into the private screening area" line. It got to the point where I would just come out of the scanner and walk straight to the private screening area. It got to be a running joke with that SAC guys at my home airport. Point X spiraled into the usual drunk and maudlin routine. Made some bad choices. Hell, so did I in the process. He let his house go into foreclosure for the second time and the bank finally took possession of it. Thank God I wasn't on the mortgage or deed. The reason? He'd been paying another woman's rent instead of his own mortgage. So anyway, he moved in with her. The divorce was finalized. We moved on. I heard later that the woman he'd moved in with had gotten pregnant. This caused a whole pile of drama in his family because he was acting weird about it. So weird that his mom called my mom to try to find out if I knew anything. You see, his family was very interested in firstborn sons. X was the firstborn of the firstborn, etc. There was money involved. A lot of it. Anyway, X was apparently refusing to tell his parents where the woman and her son were. Wouldn't talk to them about their grandchild or even acknowledge that one existed. I knew that X had had a vasectomy when we were still married. So there was no way this baby was his. The new woman had cheated. But he didn't dare tell his parents about the vasectomy because they would cut him out of the inheritance. No idea how that played out. I refused to pass any info to his mom or engage with her. Completely controlling, psycho, toxic, in any way. Last I heard, he had married some woman he'd been obsessed with even before meeting me and moved to another state. So I had to work mandatory overtime one day. I get off of work and I'm driving home when I get a block number call on my phone. I answer it and it's the local sheriff's office saying they need to talk to me. I say alright, they can meet at my house. I get there and he says they are investigating a child abuse accusation against me by my wife in the middle of divorce at that point. Apparently she had seen some bruises a few days prior, let him come to my abusive and unsafe home for several days, and then called police. I'm of course dumbfounded. So he asks me a few questions and concludes his portion. He then tells me off the record they found a small bruise on his leg about the size of the tip of a finger, and although allegations are taken seriously, it wasn't child abuse, and I wouldn't hear anything more from them. Fast forward about 6 months and we are in court for the final hearing. The judge has the report, takes one look at it, and asks if she is mentally unstable. The look on her face was priceless. He went on to say he had presided over family court for 30 years and had seen real abuse, and the fact that she was willing to attempt to ruin my life to get a leg up on a divorce case was reckless and appalling. I was awarded everything I was asking for, which was essentially just joint legal and physical custody. I left and asked for space and time. He had physically, sexually, and mentally abused me for over 2 years, since I gave birth to our child, and while I wasn't ever going back, I was too much of a coward at the time to straight up say it. I was also afraid of him for obvious reasons. Instead of giving me time, he, big surprise, texted me every night around midnight 3 AM knowing full well I'd be asleep. So when I saw the messages, when I woke up, to go to the bathroom I'd have a panic attack. It got so bad I asked my mother to communicate with him, while I blocked him for a time. Then he switched to Facebook. First it was commenting on old pictures. One in particular where I was wearing blue lipstick, he said, before was tacky but everyone else said looked amazing. And I felt amazing wearing it. His comment was, the more I look at it the sexier it gets. I didn't see the comment at first, a friend pointed it out. So I deleted it and blocked him on Facebook. He somehow found a way around that block. I don't know how. I woke up one night around 2 or 3 AM to a secret message according to my phone. It was him. Again. Messaging me on Facebook about how much he misses me. Again. I blocked him there too. My son came home from visiting his grandma's, my now ex-mill who I honestly loved dearly, and said daddy misses you and loves you. Which I already thought was shitty on my ex's part, that he let our son hear this, but then my son finishes with "you're welcome daddy" in his sweet little toddler voice. So, ex didn't just say it around our son, he said this, and coached our son to say it. I unblocked his number at this point to text him that, if he ever used my son, to give me a message he'd have to deal with me. He stopped. I'd finally found my spine again. I later found out he was non-stop texting my mother. She tried to keep it from me to protect me, until it got to be too much, and told him we are getting a divorce, leave my mother alone, and if he texts her again I'm having her file a restraining order for harassment. I don't know if she could do that, but the threat worked, which is what I wanted. Time for the divorce. He doesn't show up to court. No call to try and get it rescheduled. Good luck, or anything. No text to me to say sorry I missed it. Just didn't show up. Pretended he didn't know about it at all. His mother told me he did, and was hurt I didn't reach out to him to tell him. The judge awarded me full custody of our son, and he got supervised visits, only because of his alcoholic and abusive past. Visits are on my terms, but I try to work with his work schedule. Since he finally bothered getting a job. Started kind of dating someone, had been for about a year, before introducing new guy to my son. Ex just happened to show up, while boyfriend was there. Said nothing, but I got a long ranting text later asking why. Are you dating someone else? I got a job. We were supposed to get back together. I never said this. I never agreed to get back together again. I never want to, and I wouldn't care if he was the last living creature in Earth. I'd sooner kill myself than get back with that man. And told him as much. Found out a few months later he was drinking and driving with our son in the car when his mother and I started thinking he would be safe and could be trusted with minor times with our son, like driving him out to his mother's house. During this time he also took our son into a store during the pandemic despite knowing our son is incredibly high risk, respiratory issues. I told him, if he ever did it again he'd never be trusted with our son again. His solution was to leave him alone in the car at 5 years old. To go into the store to buy liquor. He claimed it was to buy our son Skittles, but he was buying whiskey as my mother-in-law's husband found later. I only found out when my son looked at me and asked with the most heartbroken face, why does daddy leave me alone in the car? Needless to say there's a lot of bad blood between us, and as much as I'd like to, I can't kick his ass for hurting my baby over and over again. Not me but my mom. She had been married to my first stepdad for about 7 years. He was in the army and stuck doing recruitment for 2 years. He was miserable doing it, so he made sure we were miserable as well. My mother was heavily depressed and started taking an antidepressant. This was right before 9/11, so early 2001. Well, the antidepressant she was on made her feel very numb to everything and suicidal, so she packed up and left my stepdad and us behind and went back to live with her parents. It was really sudden. I got home from school and my mom was just gone on me, and my sisters were suddenly alone with an abusive man who didn't like us very much. My mom returned home after 3 hellish months with him and everything returned to normal for a bit before they divorced not long after. When I got older I found out what actually happened. My mom did leave because of how she was feeling, but she stopped taking the antidepressant as well, and after a week she felt like herself again and immediately tried to come back. My stepdad wouldn't let her come back. He hated recruitment in the army so much that for 3 faking months he forced my mom to stay away to see if he could get out if recruiting. He wanted to play the "my wife left me with the kids so please take me out" recruiting. So, for 3 months he forced my mom to meet him in parking lots for sexual favors before he'd bring us to come see her occasionally. We'd beg her to come back home, and she'd just cry and say she was trying. He took her military ad away from her, so she couldn't come on base herself. She just put up with it and blamed herself for leaving in the first place, even though she was having a serious reaction to her meds. Eventually he just let her come back when he realized his ploy wasn't working, and the army didn't give a shit if he was a single dad. 9/11 happened, and he ended up getting deployed to Iraq, and my mom mailed him the faking divorce papers to sign overseas. I was so relieved. She was cheating, yet kicked me out, and I had to move in with my parents, so I used the advantage of parents not asking me for any rent to get my finances in order, as the ex had managed to destroy our joint account and rack up some debts. So I got myself sorted and back in the black. After about 18 months she had the right to keep living in our house until our child was 18, but instead she moved in with her new man and rented out the house. I got my solicitor involved that as she was renting the house out for profit she clearly didn't need it to house our child, so it was put up for sale. Best part was that as the entitled one she demanded she get more of the equity in our house and argued to get the larger share, thinking she was winning. She was never good with math, so I agreed to let her have 20% more equity than me. In her head this meant that instead of 50% she would get 70%. In actuality it meant a 60/40 split, and I only sacrificed 10%. Stupid thing was she didn't consider the massive mortgage on the house, so when we sold the house and paid off the mortgage the total equity was about £4,000. So she got £2,400 and I got £1,600, a difference of £800, which is nothing when dealing with a £200,000 house. Since solicitors were charging about £100 per letter it would have cost me more to argue with her, and for £800 I took the moral high ground. Point for those thinking I'm the asshole. 6 months later our child requested to live with me, and does to this day. 10 years later, I kept my head down, worked hard and saved my money. Today I live in a nice large detached house and drive a nice car. She's in the same crappy mid-terrace shithole she moved into 10 years ago, yet the bank account always being empty was somehow my fault for not earning enough to match her spending. He tried to get me COVID-19. He knows my immune system is almost non-existent. He then did not tell me or the kids he and his wife had the virus. They stayed the weekend there. Daughter told me he was acting all weird, asking for hugs and kisses and to sit closer because he missed them. That was not the way he acts around them normally. Point kids got sick, got tested, had COVID-19. Child 1 didn't have too much symptoms. It was manageable. Child 2 had a fever, breathing problems, nausea, couldn't smell, couldn't taste, migraines. Child 2 still hasn't completely recovered, and it has been almost 9 months. He asked them a few times if I was sick already during their quarantine. He told them it would be a pity if I died from COVID-19. Kids are 15 and 17. He told them it would be on them if they made me so sick I wouldn't survive. He still denied he caught COVID-19. A few weeks later he admitted to them he gave them COVID. That it was funny to do, because would I catch it or not? I didn't get sick. I didn't have COVID, luckily. Who does things like this? 14 years divorced. He remarried 2 years ago. He also tries to steal from me every chance he gets. Called school of both kids last year to change the bank account number. Child 1 school didn't give a refund. It was only €12 or so, and they transferred it to this year's account. Child 2 school had a refund to give, €74. Parents were asked to check their personal data. Everything was okay. 3 weeks later I get a letter with, "This amount was refunded to your banking account on 6th date." That letter was dated 2 weeks before I got it. The refund was given to him. At first I thought the letter must have been misplaced and it arrived too late. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Coincidence exists, but this seems way off. Claimed that I upset him so much by finally leaving him. It was an extremely abusive relationship where he also cheated on me constantly, that he got hit by a tram, showed me the bruise and yelled, "This is all your fault." Took over his friends' emails to send me nasty abusive emails pretending they were from them. Told his family that I stole all his money and cheated on him. Actually it was the reverse, so they never talked to me again. Sent porn to my parents saying it was mine. They are very religious. Kept calling my parents saying horrible things to stress them out. He told me, I kid you not, after I was done with him, that his plan was to stress my mother out so much that she would have a heart attack and die. She has a heart condition, and he would laugh, knowing that he killed my mother, and that I would know it was all my fault. Stalked me for almost 10 years. Found out several years after we broke up, he had forwarded all mail to his friend that he had put things in my name, credit cards, cars, businesses, etc. So that by the time I found out about it, the only thing I could do was pay it, about 70 grand. It goes on and on, but you get the picture point. So glad I'm not with him anymore. Weirdly enough, with covered, he sent me an email about a year ago, 20 years after we were done, saying he still loved me as much as he ever did, and hoped that he helped me get to where I wanted to be in life. During the time he refused to leave the house after we separated, it was in my name, purchased prior to our marriage. He put weed in one of my bags and called the cops to tell them I was a "drug addict." It wasn't mine. They knew he did it. Vandalized the property, including spreading hundreds of cigarette butts all over the double lot and putting sugar in the gas tank of my riding mower. Threw parties and stole a bunch of my stuff, including all of my Christmas ornaments which had been collected since my children were born. After he was finally out, he would drive by to see if anyone was there with me. He also threatened to take me for spousal support if I pressed the matter of having him refinance the car I consigned for him. We had been married 3 months and I have 3 children from a previous marriage, one with cerebral palsy. He then went on to make up disturbing and patently false rumors about me to anyone that would listen, resulting in a cease and desist for defamation. Then he'd text me he still loved me. Just recently, several years after the divorce, he met a woman on FB, quit his job, and abandoned his son to move to Utah where she lives. He was back in 3 weeks, but then had no income, so he was late on the car payments for the car I co-signed. My lawyer filed for me to take possession, and after almost half a year of him claiming he was being "harassed," his lawyer told him he needed to give me the car. So, now I have 2 car notes, and had to pay $1,600 to have everything wrong with it fixed, because he never so much as got an oil change. He did get it back "inspected," but they just slapped a sticker on it, and now they're being investigated. I don't know what he told them to get them to do that, but they were gigantic assholes to me when I went to pick it up there and refused to give me the inspection report. I had to have an investigator get it. But now I have the car and no more ties to him, so hopefully it's over. Although, I do still randomly get Facebook messages from the latest woman he's conned and mooched off of. So, I don't know. My dad's ex started a fight with him and hit him. He didn't hit back. I got involved and pushed her away as my dad walked away. She called the cops on him, and cops showed up. They didn't arrest him, but took all of our statements. Next day a cop showed up and served my dad with an order of protection. Meanwhile this bitch continued to live with us. Few days later, my brother comes home from school and the apartment is empty. She moved out with her daughter while we were at work and school. A month later, while my dad is applying for a mortgage, he finds out that there are several credit cards open in his name that are maximumed out and haven't been paid for a while. He calls the banks to fight it, but they didn't budge. They didn't write off the debt, but they let him pay them off without any late charges. Credit cards were open in his name and with a phone number registered in his name. She was on our mobile family plan. My single dad with 2 boys was left with about $10k in credit card debt while making less than $30/HR. Since she had an order of protection against dad, he couldn't even confront her about it. One day he got drunk and called her to tell her what a cunt she is, violating the order of protection. Cops took his prints But it didn't go past that. He went to court to appear in front of a judge, but his case was let go. By some crazy luck, she was there that day too on a completely unrelated matter. She had a DUI where she was way over limit. Never saw her after that. Turned out she owed her friends huge amounts of money too, and they told my dad that after she disappeared. I hope karma caught up to her. She deserved it. Her daughter was an amazing human being though, and I hope she is doing well. Since I saw some children of divorce tell their stories, I figured I should tell mine, even though it's mild by comparison to some. The petty. My parents divorced when I was a toddler after a 6-year marriage. It happened in Eastern Europe in 1988ish, and in that country, Romania, not having the same last name as your parent, ESP mother, was a huge problem for me. I found out from my mother that it was my father's stipulation in court that my mother must change her last name to her maiden name. She told me she initially wouldn't have, just so I could have it easier in school. Yes, my father knew about the issue. The aftermath. My father never wanted custody of me. They didn't do joint custody, so my mother got me full time. My mother always made less money than my father. At one point she was making literally 10x less. I had the paperwork to prove it. She had collected this evidence just in case it came up later on. In Romania, child support is based on the parent's income and gets automatically withdrawn from the account. My father thought he was paying too much in child support, so when I was 12 or so he sued my mother to pay less. The amount had not been raised at that point too much. My mother didn't have enough money for a lawyer to represent her, but she did have a friend of a friend who was a lawyer consult with her, and she represented herself in court. She had receipts, paperwork showing my father's salary and hers, and showed my schooling costs too in order to prove she was spending the child support money on me. My textbooks were expensive because I was in an English program and English textbooks were super pricey. My father showed up to court with 2 lawyers to represent him, an unusual strategy. He lost. The judge was unhappy with him, as my mother also had proof he lied on the claim that she didn't let him visit me. He would set up visits and then cancel all the time. Not only did he not succeed with his claim, but the judge considered that, since inflation was so high, it was 400% at some point. Lol. 90s in Eastern Europe were faking wild. Then he needed to pay more, so I could have enough for school, clothes, and such. Retroactively, he needed to pay the difference for the last 6 months too. He was livid, but paid. He actually paid until I was 18, which technically he wasn't obligated to do, since I left the country at 14, with permission. My ex-best friend and his 19-year-old evil boyfriend manipulates me financially, emotionally, spiritually, to remove me from my legal residence by hacking my emails that I had trusted to them. 15-year friendship turned toxic due to racism and physical violence. I was attacked by both physically, and when reported to Mobile County Police they gave me a business card, and Craig and Dale then attempted to manipulate me during manic episodes of bipolar disorder. I ended up believing that other people, entities or companies were after me. I received death threats as well as threats of sexual and physical harm, was arrested, and spent 7 days in Mobile County Jail. While there at the jail, refused my HIV meds. Was bonded out by said person to then find out that, after seeing a drive going to the errand altar point tomorrow, that it is in fact them. They didn't want me there, so they attempted to have me removed by any means necessary even though I was legally allowed there. I collect mail, pay a utility in my name. He tried to drag me out of the house at 3 AM while it was raining. They then attempted to harass me on Xbox Live, all documented, and I had to get the help of fellow gamers to get my accounts recovered. The Mobile County Police intake and officers then destroyed my phone while in the jail because I had said I had snuck a hidden camera in the jail. Retaliation for that, and to prevent evidence from being seen, I have proof that someone also has threatened me with jail because Social Security claims I owe them $61 due now. No explanation, just pay up or else. I was suicidal at one point, all because Dale was jealous of our friendship and Craig is codependent. IG'd legal counsel, please. Multiple lawsuits. Not divorced myself, but I can give you my experience as someone who grew up with split custody parents and how it can affect a child in that environment. My parents split when I was 2 years old, and it's always been tension between the two. Each tries to tell me that the other person's bad and all that stuff. Mom would say my father's lazy, even though she's not had a job since 2000. You'll know how that goes. Stayed with my mom while my dad had visits on the weekends. That basically happened till I was 17 and finally had enough of my mother. She only wanted me for financial leverage and child support payments from my dad, and she was very emotionally abusive, to the point where I'm always second guessing everything someone tells me, and moved with my father, which wasn't any better. He barely knew me and never seemed willing to put in effort to get to know me. I've never felt more like a stranger in someone's home until I lived with him and my stepmom. He'd never ask how my day went, show up to any of my extracurricular activities, or just simply be there when I needed him the most. Now, I'm almost 22 years old and don't even live in the same state as them, and soon won't even be in the same country. I don't talk to either of them much, and I'm fine with that. As far as I'm concerned, they had years to form bonds with me, and they chose to sever them in their own way. I don't owe them a thing. TLDR, don't manipulate your children. Took off with my kids, so I couldn't have them for a month of custody. Did not pay the mortgage on the house, even though she was under court order to do that using the money I gave her. When foreclosure was threatened, she figured I pay it to avoid the hit on my credit. Judge ordered the house sold. I was to get half the proceeds. Had a good buyer. She didn't show for the closing, so the deal fell through. House foreclosed. Told the kids it was because I didn't give her the money. It was deducted from my pay by the state, and they sent it to her. Judge ruled that I no longer had to pay negotiated alimony, and one more denial of visitation would result in 20 days in jail for her due to her behavior. She did it again. Perjured herself, claiming she was broke when she had $15K that I had given her, well separated for expenses, etc. Hidden in an account in her mom's name. Forensic accountants tracked that down. Called my church, and thinking she was talking to the bishop, made all kinds of lies up. Problem was she was talking to the janitor who answered the phone, because no one else was in the building. Bishop knew better anyway. When my mom called the kids to tell them I had a heart attack and was in the hospital, she told them I was faking it to get their attention. Yes, doctors are easily fooled into doing angioplasties, installing stents and placing you in ICU when there is nothing wrong with you, etc. 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 16-year-old here. Can I speak for my divorced father? So he caught his second ex-wife cheating when they got a new phone plan and all their text conversations got saved to one server, kind of like the cloud. He saw some suggestive texts to someone he didn't recognize, so he checked it out. He confronted her, and she literally attacked him. Like, jumped on his back, scratched the sheet out of him, slapped him, etc. So he locked himself in one of the bedrooms. None of us kids were at the house at the time. Keep in mind that the beach attacked him, and he didn't lay a finger on her. So fast forward a few months, and the beach keeps showing up to my dad's favorite restaurant Tuesdays and or Thursdays, the days he usually would go there. Thing is, the first day she started going there to ambush him, she showed up a bit too early, and since he's friends with the owner texted him and told him that she was there. So my dad stopped going to the restaurant on the days he normally would. When she kept showing up, the owner gave her a free shot of their spicy tequila and she didn't go back for a while. Fast forward a few months, the beach gets a new boyfriend. Now, I have to say, I don't think that domestic abuse is healthy or good in any way, but when I found out that she ended up in an abusive relationship, I had to chuckle, because she was the violent one with my dad. Before you start feeling bad for her, you should know that the guy left her before, and she begged him to come back, so it's her own fault she's in this situation. I do hope she ends up having a good life, but I will never forgive her for what she did to my father. She was crazy, and I hope for her kid's sake she has changed, but I doubt it. Right after I asked for a divorce, my ex-wife first broke into all of my online accounts. I think she was under the impression I was seeing someone else or something. So I got all these alerts that my accounts were accessed and just had to change the passwords. Then she came over with her family to move her stuff and stole a bunch of DVDs from me. That's fine. Then she started slowly driving by my house multiple times per day, again probably thinking she'd catch someone else here. I know the sound of her car. I've looked out the window and confirmed it was her driving by. I'm on a rural road that ends at a quarry. There is no way to coincidentally be driving this way. Then I noticed her sometimes driving by the shop where I work. Super weird. Then she sent multiple long ranting emails which I never responded to. This all went on for about a year. She eventually got an unemployed loser boyfriend that she moved into her mom's house with her, so she doesn't really bother me anymore. That said, I do feel really bad for her mom. The main reason I wanted a divorce is because my ex-wife had become addicted to opioids and was a disgusting slob and hoarder. She would cram garbage anywhere but a garbage can and make huge piles of junk all over any available surface. She wouldn't shower regularly or use deodorant and would cover the floor with piles of rancid clothes. She never cleaned or washed dishes. Never cooked anything that wasn't microwavable. It was a terrible marriage. I drive past her mom's house every day to get to work. I can see the gigantic mountain of garbage that now fills their carport. The torn apart appliance is sitting in the front yard. She hasn't changed. Oh. This is honestly one of my favorite stories to tell. So my ex-wife was cheating on me while I was deployed overseas. Story as old as time. We resolved to try and sort things out, but when my deployment ended she had moved out of our home and was off with this guy. My home was a disaster, so after being deployed for 9 months I came home to a week of cleaning my house. It took several weeks for me to realize my fire alarms were all gone. There were 5 across the home and all were gone. I had just cleaned the house from top to bottom, emptied every box and drawer and closet. They were nowhere. For whatever reason, my ex-wife decided to take all my fire alarms. I was thoroughly convinced she had intended to set my home on fire. I never got an answer for it. Very unusual. As an aside, I linked up with an old flame during the divorce. My ex was driving a car loaned under my name that I was letting her drive so she wouldn't lose her job. When the divorce ended, which again we were getting divorced because she cheated and she had to return my car to me, she poured sugar in the gas tank, slashed my tires, filled the car with trash, and wrote in the backseat with lipstick, "Tell Kayla to enjoy my sloppy seconds." She was very mad I was alright to move on from the marriage after she cheated, it appears. My ex cheated on me before, during, and after our marriage. She had no remorse and even flaunted/made jokes about the fact that she cheated. Unfortunately we had to live together for a month after I found out before she moved in with one of the two she was cheating with. During that time she would leave me with her kid for hours without coming home. Expect me to continue paying for things for her like groceries, gas, food. She expected me to help her move into the new place with one of the guys. She still wanted me to pay for her Vegas trip for her day. She asked me to co-sign for loans because she would blow all her money, and if I said no she would just forge my signature anyway. She would then, after moving out, continuously guilt trip me about never giving her attention, and because of that she needs help paying rent at her new place. Took the TV, the big couch, the nice dinner table, the bed, left me with a lover seat. Stopped paying one of the many loans she took out, so it defaulted to me, and I ended up paying the remaining $6K on an $8K loan. I've held a relationship with her son, whom I consider my own, since I've been his only father figure since age 3, and she will still occasionally ask for money. After 3 years she will still try to posture about our 2 dogs that I took care of while she was being a pile of shit and say that they are hers and that, if she wants them, she will take them from me. I don't know about crazy, but does one cheaty unbelievable thing after another count? Oh, I also remembered during Hell Month she asked me randomly if I ever went through her phone, and I said no, I trusted you, and she laughed and said look at where that got you. Then she proceeded to walk back into our former room in a bikini for Vegas to take pics for her fuck buddies. Not me, but my stepfather getting myself and my brothers away from our BO mother. Among the crazy shit she's done, I can't forget when she would take off her used fentanyl patches and use them to make tea. She then left that tea in the fridge where any of us could have touched it, and it was our stepfather that tried it and nearly died. Then there was the time she tried to smother him to death when he was asleep, and in his ensuing struggle to survive, she broke her bong over his leg, which left large shards of glass in his left calf. But my personal favorite was when our stepfather brought us home. She came downstairs and presented herself to him while wearing next to nothing, while we were right there beside him. They had consensual sex later that evening. We could hear it, and I'm fairly sure our entire block could as well. Later on at around midnight, she calls the police and claims that he had rapped and beaten her, which was verifiably false. She never managed to get rid of him, but luckily for my brothers and I, our stepfather saw the error of his ways and moved the fuck out while taking us with him. They haven't divorced, but he's waiting on a chance for an annulment under state abandonment clauses. Our state is no fault, so he's seeking an annulment to avoid her getting anything out of him. My husband was an alcoholic, steroid, and cocaine-addled man in the end, who was heavy with his hands. I often wished something would be the final straw to end the relationship when he finally knocked up his mistress. The divorce was amicable enough considering his bundle of joy was arriving. Surprise, that relationship didn't work out for him either, but I have to assume it was because of how dramatic he was about our relationship ending. Like he threw our divorce in her face, like he was mourning the death of his dog. To point the point mother point of point is point child. Fast forward 1 year, and they are broken up. I move out of state with my now new husband, and arrive at my new apartment and check my forwarded mail, and there is a subpoena to give character witness testimony in an assault case for my ex. Turns out he kicked the snot out of his baby mama's best friend, who he also knocked up, like broke her jaw and arm with his bare hands, and partially ran her over. When I called the court to explain I could not present in person, I was surprised to learn my ex was the one requesting my testimony, as he told his lawyer it would be favorable. Another shocker, it was not favorable testimony. The defending counsel knew after 5 minutes of talking with me. I, in no way should have been contacted, but too late the prosecuting attorney found out I had been contacted, and he spoke with me for a 2-hour deposition. My ex served a little over a year in prison, which hardly seems fair to all of us. Last time I came home to visit family and friends, he spoke to me as if we were still close, in front of his new wife, who made sure to let me know I better stay away from her man. Bet. Do you know why divorce is expensive? Because it's faking worth it. Oh, it's my turn. This is my time to shine. So my ex-wife accused me of cheating, which I wasn't, because I was talking to another girl, which I was, and that was proof enough for a divorce. So she moved out of our home completely, took everything. Fridge, couches, bed, everything. One night a few months after the split I get bored. I call a Craigslist ad and they say how many roses a meetup would cost. I say okay, hang up and go out to get fast food. I get home and eat and watch TV for a bit, never giving it a second thought. Fast forward a couple of hours, it's getting later in the night and I get a ring at the doorbell. I go to answer. It's my ex. She wants to talk. She asked to look at my phone and I oblige. She searches through it and calls the last call I made and throws the phone at me, yelling and crying, saying, "How could you see a prostitute? You're disgusting." etc. Flabbergasted, she runs for the door and down the street. I'm like, what the fuck? Where's she going? A few seconds later I see her car driving down the street. Now I'm thinking, wait a minute, how did she know? I start looking through the house, and I get a text from her that she left her leftover dinner in the closet of our daughter's room. And sure as shit, I open the closet and lo and behold, there's fast food garbage in the closet. The psycho bitch was stalking me all night, waiting for me to cheat on her. She turned all of our friends and family against me, telling them I was a cheater and a liar, till told them my side. Refused to see his kids more than every other weekend, but cried to his family and friends that I wasn't letting him see the kids more than that, though I went out of my way to always give him opportunities to see them. Then took me to court years later to make sure he only saw them every other weekend, plus some holidays, but then wanted 2 weeks with them, then 2 weeks off, all summer. It's really screwed with my kids' heads. He left me because he was gay. Came out to his whole family and everything. And so not long after we divorced, he met a woman, dated her off and on for about 9 months, cheated on her twice that I know of, and then married her. She has a kid the same age as my son, and he plays dad to this kid and the woman's teenage daughter 24/7, but barely picks up the phone for our kids. Moves 3 hours away to live in her house after she gave him an ultimatum between her or his own kids. His words. Screws with their heads some more. Best part is, she's also divorced because her husband was gay. Yes, she supposedly knows about my ex being gay. Oh, and got his family twisted into thinking I was batshit crazy so much that I can't even bear to speak with them anymore because they don't consider me as my kid's mother. They address birthday cards to the kids as "Oh my now fiance." It's been wild. From reading these responses now I want to say oh yeah no, just a regular she's ex was of course having an affair. Our relationship was not great. We were both young and dumb. After divorce I moved 5k miles away to other side of the planet. Ex then contacts my parents to ask if I have been emailing her. I didn't have her email because she had refused to communicate with me during the divorce. Ironic cause she also couldn't contact me since she didn't have my new email XD. So obvs the answer is no. FFWD a few weeks and I'm being served a tro. Look up how abused this system is for a laugh. The officer apparently did not think it was weird to be serving a tro to someone who is 5k miles away from the other. Didn't find it funny either XD. I'm 50/50 amused/annoyed. Like what the fuck is going on. Long story short, I end up having to fly back 5k miles to spend a day in civil court in front of a judge and try to explain how the emails/txt that my ex has been getting are not from me. How did I explain this, you ask? Well, the discovery from the court docs presented by the ex's lawyer literally contained the email/ISP/location/cell tower/provider/etc point info on the docs. The judge's response? But it has your name right here at the bottom of this email. Why would someone else write your name at the bottom of the email? Yes, PPL. Yes, epic faking facepum. I basically got the, if you're so smart and you know about computers, how do we know we're not a hacker response. I inform the judge that literally anyone can create an email and write anyone's name at the bottom. Someone could create an email and put your name at the bottom. This clearly did not help my case. More long story shortened, I get the tro reduced to like 6mo and a warning. Basically the courts are ignorant af and don't care regardless. It's clear I'm not a threat. I fly back 5k miles to other side of planet. I live with this sword of Damocles hanging over my head. I going to have to go to criminal court for being accused of violating a restraining order that I'm not even a party to. At least in a criminal court there would have to be more evidence presented and it'd have a jury. Could I expect the jury to be any wiser than the judge though? Likely not. All's well that ends well though, I guess. The 6mo window passed with no more fanfare, so I just moved on with my life afterwards. All throughout our contentious divorce I wanted to at least remain civil and talk to one another, but she did not. So I thought it was ironic that I was being accused of doing the thing that I actually did want to do, but was unable to do. Life is strange. And about the text/emails. They were weird obs, and there were a lot of them, all over the place. Some threat, some pleading, some just clearly making up nonsense bullshit. None of them sounded anything like me, and while the divorce kinda fucks with your head, I just couldn't believe that the ex actually believed these were coming from me. A part of me still wanted to believe that she was the victim here and was being manipulated, but that was likely just some kind of hero/savior complex cheat in my head. There were at least 2 to 3 different voices in the text/emails, and I think one was whoever she was with at the time, impersonating me to I guess try to manipulate her, and or they were doing it together try to fuck with me. And another voice was from what seemed like a jilted ex from the other party, and another was from what seemed like another third party trying to tell my ex that whoever she was seeing was not who she thought that they were. This one was the most obvious and blatant, that these were not from me, because it said in fairly plain text, your ex is not who is messaging you, it's the guy you're with. All in all, some pretty faked up drama, lots of racism and all kinds of stupid shit. So weird to be thinking about this now, 10 plus years in the past. I have never spoken the ex ever since. It's like one of those things I'll always be curious about, but I learned a long time ago how to move on without ever getting that kind of closure that we often want in these situations. If given the opportunity, I would probably be open to speaking with the ex if she ever wanted to, but at the same time, it's also one of those things like do I RLY want to reopen / reinvite this kind of drama / bullshit back into my life at this point? Sure, maybe they've grown up, but what if they haven't? So even now, just typing this, I'm thinking, leave the past in the past, stay safe out there, PLS. Not me, but my husband's parents putting the TLDR up front because it's a lot. Mother-in-law treats father-in-law inhumanely, plays the victim, manipulates her sons to use as weapons against Phil, sues my husband, spirals into a full-blown narcissist, then cuts ties with everyone, and rewrites history with all her friends. I forgot my wedding ring at home, and my mother-in-law showed up at my work unannounced. My husband and I were staying with his parents over the summer between rentals, so I assumed she was bringing me my rings, since she had never come to my job before. Turned out she was actually coming to tell me that she and my file are getting divorced. Now I'm superstitious about making sure I have my rings, lol. They hadn't told anyone yet, and she said she had to come tell me because our son would get home from school with only Phil in the house, and she was worried what he might do. The answer was nothing, because he's not a psycho. She told me I have to tell my husband because she's going out of town, faking awkward. My husband and I get home from work and I tell him we need to talk. I sit him down and tell him his parents are filing for divorce. They fought / bickered cruelly constantly. Mill was always calling Phil names and using him to do things for her. So even though they had been married for 30 years, I wasn't exactly surprised. I was totally unprepared for my husband's reaction. Looking at his face, it was like he was 9 years old again. He's a very stoic, brawny guy, so it broke my heart. He wasn't surprised, but it still hurt him more than even he expected. Phil is trying to save the marriage, leaving flowers for her, trying to go to couples therapy, etc. She tells him that she doesn't want a romantic relationship anymore, but if he continues to finance her, she'll take care of him when he's old and senile. What the fuck? They were late 40s / early 50s, so she's suggesting 30 plus more years in a loveless marriage where he works his ass off to give her money. It broke his heart, so he agreed to the divorce. He felt so defeated. They broke their lease and he gave her everything. He stayed in the house a couple days after she moved out, and all he had was a cot and a suitcase of clothes in the middle of the living room in a completely barren house. In our state, you have to be separated for a year. He loses a ton of weight and meets a wonderful new woman. Mill slowly spirals into the worst version of herself. She turns all their friends against him and does everything she can to win the breakup, while also constantly acting like a victim to get more money from him. He does whatever she wants because he doesn't want bad blood. They started a company together years prior, and my husband and their other sons worked for the company. She stopped helping or doing anything for the business just a couple years after it started, but still held it over him as long as she could. My husband stopped getting paid after a couple rounds of pay cuts because Phil was having to give all his money to Mill. My husband quit and started his own company. Eventually my Phil was forced to close the business after she wrung out every penny. Then during the divorce, she tries to sue my husband because she says that his company is actually Phil's company, which was complete BS, and was literally trying to taking food out of her grandkids' mouths. She also accused Phil of multiple horrific assaults in the divorce paperwork, which was BS. There was abuse in the marriage, but it was all coming from her. After he started seeing his new girlfriend, I asked him about her, and the way he said she's nice to me simultaneously made me happy. He was happy and broke my heart that it was a foreign experience for him. She used her sons to get to him. My Bill has student loans that are in her name and was struggling financially. She would wring every penny out of him for total BS, which she knew would force my Phil to help him financially, so basically taking Phil's money using Bill as a tool. She had it written into the divorce that if Bill misses a payment for student loans, she can sue my Phil and my Bill. Pre-pandemic and the student loan hold, my Bill was making all the payments and she still claimed them on her taxes, essentially stealing $3K from him. The whole thing was a huge mess and I've never met someone as narcissistic and manipulative as her. Fast forward to now, and Phil is happily married to his nice girlfriend. Her suit against my husband was laughed out of court. My Phil only had to pay spousal support for a year, and no one has heard from her in years. She's still active in Facebook. She's fine. She just doesn't give a shit about her kids and posts old pictures of my kids. Even though she hasn't made contact with them in years. To all her friends her story is that Phil turned everyone against her eyes. Roll so hard they orbit the earth. Story time for me. Disclaimer, I'm the child of divorced parents, and this is mainly about my dad. So, my parents got divorced when I was 15 in 2014 I think. Come out to left field, had no idea, etc. Well, turns out my dad had been cheating on my mom with multiple women, and had finally come clean to her, but the way he did it was sus. He had her come into our home office and just had the whole divorce document filled out and everything and wanted her to sign it or whatever. Not divorced, so I don't know. Thing was though, we only found out he had been cheating because my younger sister had found a note from his mistress, my current stepmom, and she confronted him about it. My sister also confronted him when my mom was present, so he couldn't lie his way out of it, which he has done extensively and still does. So that was fun. One time when we were coming back from a movie, for whatever reason he just starts berating the absolute shit out of each of us in the car. I was 15, my brother was 13, sisters were 10 and 8, and basically it brought us all to tears, saying we weren't cheat and everything. When we get home, we all are losing it, and my mom is livid, and he tries to apologize saying he was trying to motivate us, since he's the one who pays for our cell phones still. He decides when we get new ones basically. So we just gave him our old ones, and he would give us the new one in the box. Turns out, he's kept them, and has been using them to read text messages. Thankfully, I sold my old phone, so he can't do that shit to me, but he's been reading my sister's messages, and I believe he is still doing it even now. Finally, you heard of the phrase don't cry over spilled milk? Well, he didn't cry, but he got pissed and slammed the table when we were all younger. When we did, we all treat it as a joke now, but it still wasn't something that he should have done in the first place. There's lots more I'm sure, but those are the big ones I remember. I do love my dad. He's a good and supportive father, however he's incredibly controlling and uses his financial superiority over us, his kids, a lot. Pretty sure I was the a-hole. He needed a truck for work in the last year of our 8-year marriage. His boss was selling one and agreed he could pay it out if I put it in my name because he had developed drug and alcohol problems in that last year and was in and out of rehab. I decided to buy it out, right, and told him he could put it in his name when he paid me back. Well, after 7 months in rehab he twisted off and lost an amazing job with the railroad. I asked him to just leave. He wanted his truck he hadn't paid me a dime for, so I told him to pay me, and it was his. He refused, saying I should just give it to him. Typical of him, expecting something for nothing and playing the victim. So I said he could take everything in my house, but he wasn't getting the truck till I got my money for it and the massive toolbox I paid to have installed in the back. Yep, I sat on the floor watching a movie on my phone eating ramen with a plastic fork while he carried my stuff and is out the door, with brief pauses in the living room with everything cause he expected me to back down like usual. Like I said, it was petty, so I'm probably the a-hole. But I'll take that card proudly after 8 years of being used and walked all over by a spoiled brat who almost never worked, but demanded and got whatever he wanted. Shrug. Not me, but my current husband, T, and his ex-wife had a massive falling out. I have permission from him to post this on his behalf as he doesn't have a Reddit point. When I first met my husband, he played me a 1-hour recording of their argument to show me how crazy she was. He hid the phone under the sheet to gather evidence to the judge just in case he needed evidence of her emotional and verbal abuse during the divorce. From the sound of the recording, I told him she has clinical narcissism and personality disorder. She was also suicidal and held out against him to avoid him leaving her. He's such a calm and understanding man, and throughout the whole recording, he stayed quiet and she's growling, screaming her head off, and in a 5-minute duration, you can hear her hitting herself in the head, punching the wall while saying that he never listens to her and she's miserable because he doesn't take care of her even though he paid everything for her. They had a lot of issue for their 2-year marriage, all because of her anger issues, cheating which she denies ever happened. He made a rebuttal saying that she never took care of him and she never kept a stable job, which she admitted she couldn't hold employment due to her personal problems, but her narcissism would eventually lead to her turning herself into a victim of "Oh, see how you're making this about you again, T. Making me look bad?" When he asked if she even cared that they got evicted from late payments or if their electricity was cut, here was their dialogue. I really don't fucking care. I don't like responsibilities, especially paying bills him. So you just want to spend my money on yourself? Going clubbing, spending it on your friends? You leave me broke to barely scrape by to pay bills. I'll literally do nothing. Why can't you at least make the payment? Yeah, I just want to spend your money. I don't give a fuck about you or the bills, bro. I like to pamper myself. And a month before that, she completely totaled his car from texting and driving and still blamed him for it. Somehow after the divorce he was left to pay his totaled car and other late payments she failed to pay and was financially in a rut for years. The only reason why they divorced was because he friends knocked sense into her, saying she abused him too much and he didn't deserve it. He couldn't divorce her sooner because he was in the military, which prohibited them from divorcing. Even after he left the military, she would threaten suicide, otherwise he would have left only a few months after marriage. A month before I met him, 2 years post-divorce, she drunk texted him saying how much she regrets everything she did to him and that he was her first love. He nonchalantly told her he wishes her the best, but it won't happen again. He showed me the whole conversation point. He then met me, we moved in together a few later, got married, and now we are expecting our first child. He's the best blessing in my life. Sometimes things happen for a reason. Not me, but one of my aunts. They were together for quite a while and had 3 kids. 2 were over 20 at the time and their daughter was 12. Her husband had been abusive for a while and she finally had enough and got a divorce and moved out and had custody of their daughter. The dad still had rights to see his kid on weekends and stuff, but his ex was pretty lenient and let him see their daughter whenever he came by to take her out for ice cream and stuff. He worked for a trucking company going across country borders, Canada into US. One day he just lost his shit, I guess. More like a midlife crisis MO. He abandoned his semi-plus entire cargo at the side of the road in the US. He somehow got a ride and traveled back into Canada. He went to his daughter's school and picked her up. She normally took the bus home. He had been seeing her for a while and there wasn't any bad blood between him and his ex, so there wasn't anything odd in him picking her up. So she got in his truck of her own accord. His job phoned my aunt asking her if she had heard from him, saying how he abandoned his truck, and if she hears from him to tell him to call his company or for her to call them. They didn't know if anything happened to him, since all they found was the truck at the side of the road. Meanwhile it's around 4 PM and her daughter hasn't come home, so she calls the school to see what's up, and they have no idea. After calling some of her friends she finds out her ex picked up their daughter, and due to the phone call she got from his work she suspected something was wrong. So she called the cops the next day around 8 PM. They finally found where he was due to one of his friends calling my aunt because they were worried about his daughter's safety. He was 1 hour away in a different city at his friend's house. Cops had to surround the house and basically talk him into letting his daughter go for a full 2 hours before he finally gave in. Apparently he convinced his friend and daughter that he was just seeing his daughter for the weekend and his ex had agreed to it. But when he wouldn't let his daughter call her mom, his friend got suspicious and called her to ask her what was going on. That's when my aunt told him they had been missing since the day before, and the friend told her the address to the house. The dude ended up getting a couple years in jail for kidnapping, a restraining order, lost all rights to see his daughter etc. It took 6 years until the daughter was willing to talk to her dad again, and only if her mother was present, and only once or twice a month at a predetermined time and location. He basically had to beg his daughter to let him go to her graduation. Not necessarily a divorce, but after separating following a 24-year relationship, my ex decides to try and screw me over. I had started sleeping in the spare room. I had stopped wearing the ring he bought me. Not really an engagement ring, as he never actually asked me to marry him, just assumed I would. Also stopped wearing a watch, which was another gift from him. Left these on the top of the drawers in the room I was using. Noticed they had disappeared one day, but thought it's probably the cats knocked them down the back of the drawers. Went looking for them that evening after work, couldn't find them. Then thought I bet he had taken them and pawned them, so went to find some form of receipt to back this up. Didn't find a receipt, but did find one of my credit cards in his wallet. I immediately checked the account and the card hadn't been used. That put me on high alert. The next evening I went looking again for the missing ring and watch or receipt to confirm he'd sold them. This time I found another credit card in my name from a bank I had never in my life applied to. Immediately called the bank to cancel the card. Found out that it had been open only a week and he had racked up £1,700 gambling. I moved out shortly after. Fast forward 6 months and the a-hole tries to get a credit card out in our daughter's name. 6 months after that, he got a cable subscription in her name. Only found out when he decided not to pay the bill. Long story short, she no longer has anything to do with him. My dad is the local legend around town. Point now, to fill you all in, I live in Maryland. It's an odd place where my neighborhood is still segregated. Mothers get custody and divorce happens to everyone. I'm 28. This all started when I was 13. My parents owned a local bar, the Fort Edgemere MD, a HVAC company called AFM, a couple houses, about 20 vehicles, mostly HVAC service vans, and a few other things. And to set the mood, I've never seen my parents argue. Point one day I'm at private school, hear my name over the PA system, and I go to the office. This random drunk lady and this old tattooed biker guy are in the office. Apparently I was supposed to go with them. They pulled me out of school, threw me in this beat up 1999 Malibu, and proceeded to drive me to my sister's school. I kept asking questions, and they're both ignoring me. I'm used to it. My parents worked at it. But we get to my sister's school, and there is a principal, and about 5 biker dudes, and my sister, who is at this point 11. The principal didn't exactly feel comfortable with letting them take her. They took her anyway. So my sister and I, now in the same car, with the president of the United States escort of motorcycle gang bikers, drove to the bar, then to my grandmother's house across the street, who, I found out that day, didn't know how to raise children. I enter her abode. She chain smoked Marlboro Lights and always had a Pabst Blue Ribbon in her hand, so she proceeded to give me a beer and a smoke, and tell me in few intellectual words, "You gon' be here fair a bit. I got kid cuisines in the fridge, commode is over yonder, and I don't know what you're planning about. I got beer and smokes. We are fine." Needless to say, I wasn't going back to school fair a bit. 3 days later I found out what happened. My dad was at a neighbor's house. The guy's nickname around the kids was Boogeyman, and played with radios and surveillance equipment. The guy told my dad he turned into what he thought was a phone or baby monitor, and was listening to this guy and his wife send their kids off to school, make love. The dad would leave, and about 30 minutes later the boyfriend would show up. My dad eventually put 2 and 2 together and asked my mom. My mom fled to the bar, and in her clever mind locked herself in the office, and told the bikers that if he were to show up, kill him. She's always been promiscuous to my knowledge. I always wondered why I had so many uncles. Anyways, she had a boyfriend hit her with a whiskey bottle, and took a piece of glass, and pricked her finger, wiped the blood all over her, and called the cops. Now at this point I feel she had been planning this for a long time. She already had her lawyer on the phone, and knew a few judges. My dad went to jail that night, and she posted these bikers up at all of the properties they owned. My dad got bailed out, and by this time my mom had her accomplices at every location she wanted. And because possession is important, she took me and my C's, all the property, and was already preparing for court. Well, my dad didn't take too kindly to getting taken advantage of. He took a work van, got loaded for faking bear, did what I presumed was about $500 worth of cocaine, fought through 15 guys, entered the bar, threw everyone out, and locked up. His van was out back, and the patrons didn't hear the electric saws over their honky-tonk music. He had drilled and cut a 1 foot by 1 foot hole in a part of the wall and fed a huge chain in. Once in the bar, locked and barricaded the doors, and turned on AC/DC at full volume. Mind you, I'm across the street at my grandma's house. I hear the music and watched all this unfold. Good old dad, he is a tough. Still to this day I would not want to get on his bad side. He took a circular saw to all the major support beams in the building, cutting them at very precise angles, walked into the cooler, broke every beer, and destroyed the AC units. Took that chain I mentioned earlier and wrapped it to the support beams. Got in his truck and dropped it in 4x4 low, and when I tell you the only thing standing was a flagpole, I watched my now bare-assed naked father run back into the intact office of the bar, threw 16 grand in cash into the streets, and locked himself back in the office, and waited for the SWAT team. There is so much more that happened between those two over the next couple years of divorce court. But my dad is the local patron saint of divorce men, because the SWAT team couldn't do a thing. She wasn't there, it was his property, he was the one that destroyed it. My mom has had many lovers since, including kids my age, and her lawyer, and about every guy in town. She's married to some guy that reminds me of Bob Ross, and moved to Kentucky. Her name is Candy Hardbadger now. My dad and I have struggled with drug addiction going on 10 years for me, and since that night for him. We have been clean almost a year now, and we keep each other out of trouble. I have 3 daughters I share custody of, and I'm glad I never got married. My grandma was murdered by her son about 4 years ago, and every time I think of her I wonder why she couldn't pronounce the word toilet instead of commode. My sis and I don't talk since she went with my mom, and I went with my dad. She stops in my work every week and we share an awkward wave and smile. One thing I learned is no matter how rich or how poor, a prenuptial agreement can save everyone involved from a headache and long-lasting mental problems for the kids. I've been married and divorced twice. After my first divorce I became my first wife's booty call for several years. She had also told her 2 sisters some things about me, and they started coming around on the down low. Both were married. None of them knew about the others. Told my ex years later, I can tell a funny story about a Saturday night when their family had a wedding and all 3 were drunk, blowing up my phone trying to come over at the same time. This all stopped when I got serious with who would become my second wife. Not sure exactly how she found out. It wasn't posted online. About a week after my second wife and I separated, my first wife showed up to mess around. I had not heard from her in 8/9 years, and she was married. My second wife, who had gotten married at 17 and divorced at 29, met me, and we got married for 8 years. She was the one who wanted us to get divorced. She met a great guy and they are still together. We do not talk about it now, but for about a year after we separated she would come by just wanting rough sex. I finally just had to say no, because it just seemed like I wasn't supposed to move on, but make myself available for sex. Funny thing is, she also apparently talked about me as 2 of her friends quickly came sniffing around to see if I was okay and need anything. Yeah, I had sex with both, just because I was kinda pissed that she had told them stuff from way back about me. I'm friends with both of them now, but every once in a while one of them will send me something a little racy and act like it's just a joke, and everyone sends friends stuff like that.